All right. How's everyone doing today? We got a decent chunk of stuff to talk about today. Uh, we have the new PM of UK sworn in the other day. I think it was on Sunday or Monday or something like that. We have Doug Ford's refusal and threatened uh, threatened lawsuits to actually do something about the inquiry or to testify the inquiry. We have updates on some other stories like the Hockey Canada scandal and the um, Shaw Rogers mergers things, and then we have some other stuff to talk about as well. So, yeah, if we have time, we might have a little bit of fun. So, without further ado, let's just hop into it, I guess.
And we're going to begin with a live look inside the UK Parliament buildings for the big story this hour. Members of the 1922 committee you see right here, the Conservative backbench MPs who set the rules for leadership and have determined it's a 100-vote threshold for leadership contenders to be potential successors to Liz Truss. And we are just minutes away from finding out who the next Prime Minister of the UK will be. At the very least, we will know whether there will be a leadership race or a coronation. So we're looking again at the members of the 1922 committee, awaiting the announcement from the chair of the committee, Graham Brady. We're going to lead off our coverage outside 10 Downing Street with Abby Kugathasan, who is in position for whatever happens. You know, this is I am just pausing because I'm getting some breaking news in my ear, Abby. The general public, because it's not an election, only sits back and watches what happened. And the breaking news is Penny Mordaunt is out, Rishi Sunak is in.
That's right, Heather. We are also just getting that alert on our phones. Everyone rushing to look at their phones in the last couple of seconds. Penny Mordaunt is out. Rishi Sunak, the former chancellor, will be the next leader of the Tory party and the next British Prime Minister. We're waiting for that announcement to come in 15 minutes, but she has just posted on Twitter a short while ago saying that these are unprecedented times. Despite the compressed timetable for the leadership contest, it is clear that colleagues feel we need certainty today. They have taken this decision in good faith for the good of the country, and she's calling on everyone to unite behind Rishi Sunak. Earlier today, of course, we knew that Rishi Sunak had the support of more than half of Tory MPs. That was well beyond the 100 MPs he needed to get his name on the ballot. It seems that Penny Mordaunt perhaps didn't reach that number and is now dropped out of the race. So as we were talking earlier, whether it's either going to be a contest today or a coronation,
Can I just,
and it looks like the former
I'm sorry,
chancellor
Abby, I don't
who
mean to
helped
interrupt you.
oust
I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to hear the announcement live with you. So let's go inside that committee room and Graham Brady.
Rishi Sunak is therefore elected as leader of the Conservative Party.
So the wild thing about this, like Richie Sunak being elected, is there's going to be like a lot of a lot of like conservatives and even liberals too that are gonna be like, oh, all of his policies and whatever are fine, and like this is a historic precedent because it's the first uh, prime minister of color to like to like ever exist and everything, and like it at most it'll like be like Obama era like uh um, politics shit, which is really silly because like who fucking cares, right? On like all that, his policies are, from what I understand, just complete and utter dog shit. as well as, you know, there's also the factor of him being like a multi-millionaire or something like that. Like, he is very fucking rich. And like I even saw a clip of him of him trying like being like buying a what was it? I think he was like a Coke Cola or something. And like the dude was gonna scan it and shit. And he just completely he completely got like confused on what the hell he was supposed to do, because it's like he's never even like paid for gas or anything like that. So he fucking like holds up his card to the scanning machine. It's really funny. Like, sorry Brits, you guys are kind of fucked. I mean, you're fucked even like pre-Brexit though, Boris. So I'm actually kind of surprised that that the Bojo didn't come back. But I guess the Tories wanted a little something a little bit different. Oh, they sound like our hogs.
The party will address us in this room at 2:30. Thank you.
2:30 is 9:30, so 9:30 Eastern. So that was the announcement. Rishi Sunak as the new party leader, by extension, the new prime minister. And just in as well, Abby, as I'll bring in Abby back again, Penny Mordaunt's statement that just went up on Twitter. Our party is our membership, whether we are elected representatives, activists, fundraisers, or supporters. We all have a stake in who our leader is. And then she goes on to talk about these are unprecedented times. Despite the compressed timetable for the leadership contest, it is clear that colleagues feel we need certainty today. They have taken this decision in good faith for the good of the country. And she goes on to say that I'm proud of the campaign we ran, grateful to all those across all sides of the party who gave me their backing, and she does mention that Rishi has my full support. So all of that just posted as well. You're right there. My goodness, it's been an extraordinary run for you outside 10 Downing. All sorts of breaking news as you stand in front of that door. But again, just come back to this breaking news that it is Rishi Sunak who has been acclaimed as the next party leader.
You know, this was something that was being talked about in the recent hours as Penny Mordaunt was trying to edge closer and closer towards that 100 MP threshold, that magic number that she needed to be part of the race. But we were already hearing some of her own supporters, MPs that were actually backing her, saying that perhaps she should drop out for the sake of the party and for the sake of the country to reunite.
I mean, like, what the fuck is Rishi Sunak actually gonna do, though? Like, I honestly don't think he's gonna do anything to benefit the Tories, right? Like, it would just be silly to like completely ignore like the shit that he's done. Like, he's not going to be doing like fuck all for party.
To unite behind Rishi Sunak, as she now says that she will do, because this is a divided party, not just in the last 6 weeks under Liz Truss, but under the last 6 years. They've had 4 prime ministers in 6 years. Rishi Sunak will now be the 5th one, and of course, he will now inherit an economy that's struggling. There's going to be a deeper recession in the United Kingdom here. That's a report that came out earlier today as well. And of course, a divided party, as I mentioned. We heard earlier this morning that the Brexit wing of the party wasn't even able to find consensus on who they wanted to support. And so, again, Rishi Sunak has the support of most of the MPs. We have to remember that that's exactly what happened in the leadership contest.
Bro, what the
summer.
fuck is this
When they went
audio?
to the party membership, those members chose Liz Truss, and that's what put her in number 10. Rishi Sunak, second time's the charm. He now becomes the first Brit of Asian descent to get the keys to number 10, the youngest prime minister in some 200 years here in the United Kingdom. And I do want to point out,
Like, who honestly cares about that, though? Like, who cares about like the aesthetics of whatever the fuck is happening? Okay, like, only dumbasses do. you know, say making him like this like gigantic fucking savior and shit is like kind of ridiculous to me. Like he's going to fuck over the Oibrovs even like probably not as hard as Liz Truss, but he's still gonna fuck him over. Like
He's a Hindu. It's Diwali, a festival of lights, an auspicious holiday, and certainly an auspicious day for him.
Abby, thank you for all of that. The breaking news, Abby Kugathasan outside number 10 in London. We want to bring you some immediate reaction to all of this. Aubrey Allegretti is with us this morning, political correspondent for The Guardian. He is live in London. Great to see you, Aubrey. The breaking news just in position for us. What just happened there in England?
Well, yes, there was a great deal of sort of frenzy leading up to the deadline of 2 o'clock in the UK, and the question as to whether or not Penny Mordaunt might be able to squeak over the line, turn it into a contest by getting 100 nominations from MPs. Obviously, she hasn't managed to do so, and she's blaming the fact that she thinks MPs need a more compressed timetable than the one that's already been agreed. So they wanted certainty today, get a new Prime Minister in post right away, so they've got maximum amount of time, because there is the sort of deadline, if you like, of a huge fiscal event that everyone's been looking forward to in a week's time on the 31st of October. So if this contest had been strung out until Friday, that might have put that in jeopardy, caused greater uncertainty amongst the markets, and further deepened the Conservatives' woes. So I think that's why we've seen her deciding to pull out today, and Rishi Sunak probably tomorrow going to the palace to meet the king and become the next Prime Minister.
So the pound seems to like it. The bond market seemed to like it. The return to a little bit more stability. But I'm wondering, as you study this...
Stability in which regard? Like, from what I understand, he hasn't returned the EU, or sorry, the UK economy back to fucking stability. It's just silly to say that he would fucking return things to stability, because, you know, the fucking idiots in the market are like, oh, this is good because we don't have a fucking dumbass libertarian in power now. Which, you know, libertarians are very fucking pro-business and shit. And was literally doing, like, everything that the fucking businesses wanted.
About Rishi Sunak, whether he's the man for the job. I mean, we'll be following him and learning more about him, but he certainly had a supersonic rise in British politics, first elected in 2015, Chancellor of the Exchequer for Boris Johnson in 2020. He's only been 7 years as an MP. He really doesn't have a deep and diverse kind of portfolio. Is he the right leader right now, do you think?
No.
He certainly feels like the right leader for the Conservative Party, because they want somebody who is going to kind of settle the jitters within the market and the city, make sure that there aren't any more financial woes, that gilt yield costs don't rise, that mortgage costs don't spiral even more. He is somebody who is known here in the UK and described negatively by his critics as somebody who personified Treasury orthodoxy, i.e. doing things in a sort of consistent manner. That sort of kept things fairly smooth. Liz Truss obviously tried to be a bit of a disruptor. He will very much be the opposite of that. Now, the problem he's got is whether or not he
My
can
man's
unite his
huffing
party.
copium.
And one member of parliament in the Conservative Party I was speaking to earlier sort of typified the problem with this. They said, my head is with Rishi Sunak, my heart is...
Like the thing is that for Rishi Sunak, the bar was set so incredibly fucking low due to Liz Truss, that, like, literally anyone would look better in comparison. But, like, you know, the shit that's been going on in the UK, like, a lot of people have, especially lately, like, even, like, at the tail, like, even at, like, starting at the tail end of Boris, he, the Tories were not looking too great.
Is with Penny Mordaunt, and my soul is with Boris Johnson. So the fact that people are still so riven and couldn't decide who to back as leader, don't forget there were around a third of the parliamentary party who didn't endorse anyone for leader. That is going to really, really make it make Rishi Sunak's job over the next few weeks and months much more difficult.
You know, he said fixing the economy was his priority, but you've just touched upon a very interesting and key issue, is unifying the party. Reading some of the things that you've been talking about of late, the stakes for the Conservative Party, if they're not able to find someone around whom to coalesce. And it was interesting, you brought in a Canadian analogy, talking to a backbencher who said, you know, what happened to the Progressive Conservatives in Canada? 1993 went from 156 to 2 seats in terms of being, you know, all but white.
I mean, the progressive conservatives of Canada have always been dog shit, though. And it's just been getting fucking worse and worse. Like, what the fuck is going on with conservatives? Like, is it because they realize that, you know, a neo-fascist could be elected in America in the form of Donald Trump, that, you know, they think that they can just take the Trump approach and everything? The thing with Donald Trump is that it was the perfect storm of events for him to be elected. He had a shit candidate going up against him. He's charismatic, as well as, you know, he unironically said that he was going to be making things better in America, when in reality he made things a lot fucking worse. And comparatively to what we're seeing now, we literally have fucking politicians like, say, Doug Ford, or even to a bunch of different extents, fucking Pierre Poilievre, like trying the Trump approach. And it, like, for Ford it worked because, you know, I don't know what the hell's going on in Ontario, but like for Poilievre it's gonna backfire in his face. And then, like, there are also like a lot of more fascist leaders running for like prime minister or president or whatever the fuck in a whole bunch of different countries. You have Canada. You have a fascist elected leader in Italy. You have a fascist leader in, or a fascist candidate in what the fuck was it? I think Sweden, Germany, Spain. And like the fact that like fascism is on the rise again, especially in like fucking Italy and Germany, that should be very fucking telling on how, you know, how things are fucking turning out.
Wiped out politically, federally. Is that what's really at stake here for this party at this time?
It absolutely is. The Conservative Party in the UK calls itself the sort of oldest and most successful political party in Europe, and they have a lot to maintain. They've obviously got a very big majority at the moment that was won for them by Boris Johnson, but they run the risk of falling into sort of third party status at the next election. They've been hovering at around 20 points in the opinion polls, a disastrous collapse of around 30 points under Liz Truss's leadership. Obviously, Boris Johnson must
that was the funniest shit. The Conservatives under Liz Truss fell from like being like, I think it was 45 points down to like minus 20. That was super fucking funny. I'm like, how fucking awful do you have to be to cause your party to lose like 60 points of approval? Like, that is just hilarious to me.
Take some partial blame as well. The polls have been sort of dire for him over the last year. They started turning against him in December and sort of were trickling downwards slowly until his removal in July. So this is not something that is purely Liz Truss's fault. But it's not just the popularity of the party that's at stake at the next general election. It's much longer term than that. This is a party that has always been trusted as the sort of economic stewards, and they have completely sort of put all of that into chaos and run the risk of essentially being consigned to the history books and not being able to make a comeback at the next general election, the one after that, or the one after that.
I'm wondering, in terms of the British public and the voting public, number one, how much you think his wealth, his personal wealth, is going to be a liability at a time when British citizens...
It's going to be a huge liability, because, like, do you honestly think that he won't cut taxes for, like, himself? and like his wealthy business friends or corporations or shit. Like, no, he's going to be cutting fucking taxes and shit for himself and everything because there's a financial incentive behind that, as well as there is, you know, the corporate incentive behind that essentially being the same thing. Like, I honestly think that like we'll have to wait and see on what happens in Oibrov land, but I honestly don't think it will look too, because he has incentives to fuck over the British labor class, as well as the financial incentives to cut taxes for himself and
Citizens are being asked to make tough choices and face very difficult economic circumstances. And also, again, for that British voter, here's another British prime minister that they did not elect. How is that likely to play in all of this? Will he be forced into a general election in the not too distant future?
it's not out of the
Well, there are
possibility.
some Conservative MPs who have already sought to pile pressure on him by suggesting they think he has no mandate to lead the country. I should hasten to add that those are very ardent supporters of Boris Johnson, so they had a stake in trying to point to his comeback as a way to sort of try and avoid the calls for a general election. However, of course, the way things work in this country is the Prime Minister has the gift of when to call such an election. And the next one doesn't have to be for another 2.5 years. So Rishi Sunak could well decide to wait all that amount of time, no matter what the sort of political or public pressure is. There will certainly be questions about his inordinate wealth. He's obviously married to one of the richest people in India as well. So I suspect that will play out very difficult for him electorally. And the opposition Labour Party here had been expecting for him to win the original leadership contest over the summer. So they have plenty of ammunition on him that they are more than happy and ready to deploy.
You're going to be in for an interesting ride ahead for sure as you continue to cover the political scene, but I'm interested in your looking back for us for just one moment. Again, one of the things you just wrote is that the end of the Truss era, the briefest tenure of any British Prime Minister in modern history, but you call it one of the most astonishing political weeks in UK history. How would you characterize the last, well, like overall 6 weeks or the Truss days?
Disastrous.
It's been very odd. Just an hour ago, I was taking a walk with somebody from Number 10 who was quite sort of bemused by the whole thing. I mean, there's a real bunker mentality that sets in. And as late as last week, they still thought they had a shot at her holding onto the job. But they said that when the time came and Liz Truss summoned Graham Brady to meet her last Thursday in Downing Street, she knew that the game was up and there were too many MPs that had turned against her. They wanted to avoid the embarrassment of her being dragged out kicking and screaming. And
I mean, like, it makes sense that like a lot of her fucking colleagues would be against her. She left the entire UK economy in fucking ruins. Like, yeah, it's gonna make your opposition look significantly better, as well as it's going to make your own fucking party like be like, let's get this fucking idiot out of here because it's tainting her bad name. Like, it makes sense that they wouldn't be too happy with her. Like, the Labor Party, for as dog shit as the Labor Party is, looks so much better ever since Liz Truss came into power.
instead go down with some kind of dignity, but they don't expect that she will hang around in frontline politics. They think she might just remain as a backbench MP till the next general election, but really she's going to sort of clear off the scene pretty quickly. Now, where all this leaves the UK, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, we seem to be breaking record after record at the moment, and not often in a very good way. So some stability and calmness, I think, will be welcomed by most people, particularly MPs. They just want to get on with their day jobs of actually kind of legislating and scrutinising legislation. But I don't really feel that the appetite is there enough for it to be too smooth and too sensible. There are too many voices frustrated at the ousting of Boris Johnson, now Liz Truss, who are going to make Rishi Sunak's life hell over the next 2 years. And I think they don't want to go down without a fight.
Looking forward to reading what you're writing about it. Thank you for giving us some time this morning just in response to that breaking news. Aubrey Allegretti, political correspondent for The Guardian. He's in London. And again, as you see just below Aubrey there on the screen, Rishi Sunak, now the leader of the Conservative Party, the Prime Minister of the country, the third in just 7 weeks.
Sir Roger Gale is a longtime British Conservative politician and member of Parliament there since 1983. Hi, Sir Gale. Good to meet you and good to have you on our program this evening.
Thank you for inviting me, Bashi.
I appreciate you making the time. I have to start off just by asking you for your initial reaction, your initial thoughts on Mr. Sunak securing the leadership of the Tories and becoming the Prime Minister.
I supported Penny Mordaunt for the leadership, but Penny took her decision and I think retired from the race gracefully and with dignity. And I believe that most of the parliamentary party, if not all of it, and myself most certainly included, will now throw our weight behind Rishi Sunak. I wish him well. He's got a very difficult job to do, but he's an extremely talented and able man. And with the people at the top, which I hope will include Penny Mordaunt and Jeremy Hunt, our former health secretary, who's now the Chancellor of the Exchequer and is doing a very good job, and with Ben Wallace fighting the war in Ukraine as Defence Secretary, I think we've got 4 very good people to lead this country forward to the place where we need to be and really ought to be.
You said just a few seconds ago that Mr. Sunak has a very difficult job ahead of him. How would you articulate for an audience outside of the UK exactly what that job is?
I think for an audience outside the UK, but outside Europe as well, because many European states, and actually to some extent the United States, are suffering from the same problem. A COVID pandemic, which has been in every country in Europe, certainly very expensive, because we've all had to take, as individual countries, bailout measures to see our people through the pandemic and out on the sunny side, hopefully, but it's cost an enormous amount of money. So there's that. And then we have been contributing very heavily, as indeed has the United States, to armament for the war in Ukraine to support President Zelensky in his struggle against Putin's illegal war. And that adds up to a lot of bucks. It really is a serious sum of money. So savings do have to be made. But my belief is that a lot of that can be done through efficiency. There is waste in government. There's always waste in government. So before we start cutting things, we need to try to make sure that we are getting every last bang for our buck out of the money, taxpayers' money that we're spending. And that'll go a long way. Now,
Yeah, it's gonna go straight to fucking it's gonna go straight to fucking bailing out corporations, it's likely, and trying to undercut the NHS more, right? That's just what I imagine is gonna be going to.
Rishi, of course, was formerly the Chancellor of the Exchequer, so he knows where all the financial bodies are buried. In fact, he buried some of them during the pandemic. And yeah, with Jeremy Hunt as safe pair of hands at the Treasury, I think we can move forward economically. But it's not going to be easy. Nobody should pretend it is.
Do you think, you know, obviously we're looking forward here, but to look back a little bit over what was, you know, a very dramatic week in the UK, do you, and number of weeks, I should say, do you think Ms. Truss's decisions with respect to the economy, and particularly the package she had put forward of tax cuts that was largely unfunded, do you think that was the beginning of the end?
Yes, it was a monumental mistake. She and her then Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, decided, I was going to say, well, bilaterally, because they didn't consult the cabinet. They launched this, what became known as the mini budget, and it was a disaster. A lot of the things in it were sound, very good conservative policy, but it was too far, too fast, and in cricketing terms, she hadn't rolled the pitch. And if she'd got her ducks in a row and launched it carefully and properly later, I think she'd have been all right. It was inexperience, over-enthusiasm, a bit of naivety, and I'm afraid she got it wrong and she paid the...
I mean, can't the exact same thing be said about, like, any single fucking conservative politician to, like, ever exist? Because, like, they essentially have fucking baby brain. Like, even like a dumbass like myself understands more about like the actual fucking world that we live in than those clowns do. Like, let's be honest. Like, unironically, I actually think like a fucking teenager would do a better job running the fucking country. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're so stupid.
The most terrible political price for it.
Final question, Sir Gail, but before I let you go. Third Prime Minister this year, fifth in 6 years. You've been a member of Parliament since, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but since 1983. When you look at the primacy or the significance of unity or the lack thereof for your party, what is the key to unifying it? How important is it when you stare down, for example, the polls in the last week, which showed a massive lead, one of the biggest leads for the Labour Party in years?
That lead has been built up very fast over a very few weeks. Prior to that, Sir Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party in Britain, was hardly landing a punch, frankly, on the Prime Minister. And that was a few weeks. A few weeks is a long time in politics. 2 years is a very long time in politics, and we have 2 years still till the next general election. Actually, technically, the next general election can be held as late as January 2025. So just over 2 years. We've got that time to rebuild, to get things right. What we have to do is pull together as a team. Divided parties in Canada, in the United Kingdom, anywhere else in the world, divided parties don't win elections, not in a democracy.
I mean, bro, like, conservatives in like other fucking countries win elections without, you know, actually having to fucking with having a divided party. So it doesn't matter because they're so like anti fucking liberal and think that liberals are like communists that, you know, they're going to, you know, just completely fucking avoid voting for them. Like, you probably will have some that have fucking, they'll end up voting for liberal shit, but it all depends for sure.
In dictatorships, it's rather different, but in a democracy, divided parties don't win elections. We have now to unite. We've got to get our act together, work as a team, allow the team captain to do his job. And I've likened this to the Prime Minister being the chairman of the board. His job is to pull the bits together, pull the team along together with him, get everybody singing from the same song sheet. The chief executive, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, is Jeremy Hunt. His job is to sort out the finances and run the company, if you like. And we've got two of those people. Add into that Ben Wallace as Defence Secretary. Add into that Penny Mordaunt, who I think would make a superb Foreign Secretary because she's already had very considerable experience both at the Overseas Development Department and in the Ministry of Defence, which has to work very closely with the Foreign Office. You get those four at the top, plus a whole raft right across the board of good ministers. We've got to get the best talent, forget the divisions within the party, get the best people in the right jobs, and we can win the next election.
I'll leave it there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time very much this evening.
Oh, excuse me.
Ashley.
Rishi Sunak is the new Prime Minister of the UK.
I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This will mean difficult decisions to come.
Sunak referencing the economic turmoil under former Prime Minister Liz Truss, the sinking pound, the roiling markets, the unprecedented Bank of Canada intervention, and the overall loss of confidence in his predecessor's government that would land him right there at the doorstep of number 10 Downing Street. Abhi Kugathasan is also in front of number 10 for us this morning. We listened to that address, the statement, live on CBC News Network. Abhi, he talked about economic stability. He talked about the formidable challenges ahead. What else did he say?
Heather, I want to start off about the tone that perhaps the new prime minister was trying to set as he approached that lectern in front of 10 Downing. Usually there are MPs and advisors who gather here to cheer and applaud the new prime minister, but there was no one around from his team as he approached to make that address. Perhaps he didn't want to set a celebratory tone. After all, this is a country facing a cost of living crisis where millions of people are struggling to pay their electricity bills and struggling to even buy food. He did refer to the difficulties in particular.
But that just happens like that's happening like all over the fucking planet though. Like it doesn't matter if it's like a liberal or a conservative government in place. The fault that the fault that has the this going on is capitalism. Like, it is 100% the capitalist model, and it's the capitalist system's fault.
Of the last 7
Which, you know, those two fucking parties are very, very fucking pro-capitalism on top of that, so that definitely doesn't make things any better.
weeks under his predecessor, he said that Liz Truss had noble aims, but that mistakes were made. Let's have a listen.
Some mistakes were made.
Some.
Not born of ill will or bad intentions. Quite the opposite, in fact. But mistakes, nonetheless. And I have been elected as leader of my party and your Prime Minister, in part, to fix them. And that work begins immediately.
That was in sharp contrast to what we heard from Liz Truss earlier this morning. She was very much unapologetic as she gave her farewell address from outside 10 Downing. She even hailed the tax cuts that caused such economic chaos here in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak now inheriting the economic turmoil that she has left in her wake. And as we heard at the top there, he says that difficult decisions need to be made, and the British public now bracing, Heather, for tax increases and a cut to public spending.
So behind you, Abby, the work goes on inside 10 Downing. We understand putting together his cabinet. We know, just breaking, somebody who's not going to be in it, Jacob Rees-Mogg, has resigned as business secretary. Rishi Sunak is going to have to prove the legitimacy of his government to British voters and to the opposition. So in terms of governing, tell us and talk to us further about that.
Rishi Sunak is the second prime minister that has been installed by the Tory party. He was not elected by the British public in a general election. And when he gave his address a short while ago, he seemed to allude to that and tried perhaps to reassure the British people. Let's have a listen.
I will unite our country, not with words, but with action.
He's gonna probably do like bare fucking minimum for action, and like just spew a bunch of like virtue signaling bullshit. Like, let's be honest, that's what he's going to do.
I will work day in and day out to deliver for you. Trust is earned, and I will earn yours.
But critics, like the opposition parties, will say he was installed by the Tory MPs. And remember 7 weeks ago when even his own party members snubbed him and rejected him when they chose Liz Truss? And how can it be that he's now the prime minister of millions of people and of this entire country? So he, of course, referring to the fact that he was the chancellor during the pandemic, trying to remind people of the successes he feels he had with the furlough scheme and other proposals that he put forward that perhaps helped millions of people. But the opposition calling this a coronation, demanding a snap election. Sunak has already ruled that out. And officially, he doesn't have to call a vote until January 2025 at the latest. But given the party turmoil that we have seen, it's not even clear if the Conservatives will allow him to stay here at number 10 for that long.
I'd be surprised if they did, to be completely honest with you.
The UK just got its third Prime Minister this year, but there hasn't been a general election since 2019. You know what? Over the past century, only around 1 in 3 of the UK's Prime Ministers have come to power in a general election. How does this keep happening?
An American viewer would probably...
It's because of how dog shit, you know, fucking conservatives are right now. Like, just globally.
Be forgiven for thinking, well, this is why we had a war of independence. It's a 18th century system, and there's a lot we need to do to make our democracy look like modern day Britain.
This person was the Prime Minister from September to October 2022. You'd be forgiven for barely knowing who Liz Truss is because she was the shortest serving Prime Minister in UK history. From day one, which wasn't that long ago, she was unpopular in Parliament and deeply disliked by the public. 4 out of 5 British adults had an unfavourable view of Truss, making her the least popular PM in UK history. So how did she get to become Prime Minister?
I think having a membership, you know, short of 200,000 being able to select the Prime Minister is a dangerous road.
Yeah, you heard that right. Less than 200,000 members of the Conservative Party got to elect Liz Truss as Prime Minister. That's just 0.3% of the 46.5 million people registered.
Kind of seems like something a little bit sussy's going on, if you ask me.
To vote in parliamentary elections. And who makes up that lucky minority of people who get to choose the direction of the country? Well, the Conservative Party doesn't release data on its membership, but researchers have found that they are whiter, richer, and older than the rest of the population.
The Conservative...
Oh, who would have thought? You know, fucking rich white old people be controlling a vast majority of what happens in the fucking country? Who would have thought? It's totally not like I haven't heard that anywhere before.
Party could have made better choices earlier on, and instead they went for populism, they went for short-termism, and they went for easy straplines in campaigning. There wasn't enough substance.
So if a tiny and unrepresentative group of people made a choice that hardly anyone in the wider public agreed with, then what's the point of elections in the UK? Well, this is how it's supposed to go down. Voters don't actually get to choose a Prime Minister. Instead, they pick a local MP, and the leader of the party that gets the most MPs usually becomes the Prime Minister. And when those MPs get tired of their Prime Minister, well, they can force the leader to resign in a vote of no confidence. But that doesn't automatically mean that the UK gets to have a general election. Instead, the governing party can just make up its own rules on how to choose their new Prime Minister. Sometimes it's MPs who decide, sometimes a combination of MPs and party members. Both the Conservative and Labour parties give a huge amount of power to their members, often allowing them to decide the new leader. And that puts the UK in a weird position.
What's up, hot dog? How's it going?
Where 4 Prime Ministers in a row...
You are awake? Well, it's a good thing, because I plan on doing a longer stream today, so that's good.
Will have initially come to power without needing a general election. In fact, the last time voters forced a Prime Minister out of office was way back in 2010. And this isn't just a problem of the Conservative Party. The last time Labour was in...
Yeah, Rishi Sunak? No, I think Liz Truss was closer to was closer to Trump than Rishi Sunak. I do think, though, that when it comes to the one with blonde hair, looks like Trump, like in the UK, because in the UK that was Liz Truss. But I do think when it comes to Canada, like federally speaking, Poilievre would be closer to Trump, and provincially, I think Doug Ford and Daniel Smith are very fucking close to Trump too.
Power Gordon Brown became Prime Minister after
Minus the fucking charisma, because like none of those idiots actually have charisma.
Tony Blair quit because there were no other candidates. So, is the UK's electoral system broken?
Yes.
Clearly, the system that we have now isn't working in that it doesn't maximise participation. It's not reflective of modern day Britain. And
Imagine being able to charisma. True. Who could have thought?
it's a narrow system that delivers narrow outcomes.
Okay, I want to show you 2 more ways the governing party has more power than you'd expect. Did you know the Prime Minister can call a general election whenever they want? There was a law that ensured that elections could only be held every 5 years, but Boris Johnson trashed those rules in 2019. And even when there are elections in the UK, a party can win the most seats in Parliament without winning the popular vote due to its first-past-the-post system. That gives a huge advantage to the 2 major parties. It's gotten so bad that since 1935, 90% of governments have not actually won a majority of the public's votes. So to many people, voting just feels unfair. And since the 1950s, voter turnout has been falling. So 0.3% of voters get to choose a prime.
Like, I mean, are we really surprised though? Because like, when it comes to like fucking when it comes to, you know, politics in general, it feels like all the same. All the parties are the fucking same. Like, yeah, of course, like turnout is gonna be a lot lower, as well as like I would say like millennials and Gen Z are more active than they used to be, but generally speaking, it tends to be like fucking older populations that are more active. And and then the fucking next generation tends to get fucked over because of the dog shit policies that the elected leaders they put in are putting out.
Minister. The PM can call a general election whenever they feel like it. The electoral system makes it hard for smaller parties to get anywhere near Parliament, and more people are choosing not to vote. And that is something that simply changing the Prime Minister is not going to fix.
I mean, yeah, and then also on top of that, you know, when you have fucking leaders who weren't elected coming into power, of course people are going to not feel motivated to go vote. Because, like, at that point, like, why does it matter, right? Because...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the Prime Minister. The first British Asian Prime Minister is a significant moment in our national story. And it's a reminder that for all the challenges we face as a country, Britain is a place where people of all races and all beliefs can fulfil their dreams. That's not true in every country, and many didn't think that they would live to see the day when it would be true here. It's part of what makes us all so proud to be British. Was his Home Secretary right to resign last week for a breach of security?
Prime Minister! Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his kind and indeed generous welcome to the dispatch box. I look forward to Prime Minister's question time with him, and I know that we will have, no doubt, robust exchanges, but I hope that they can also be serious and grown up. So I look forward to it. Well, he asked about the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary made an error of judgment, but she recognised that. She raised the matter and she accepted her mistake. And that's why I was delighted to welcome back into a united cabinet that brings experience and stability to the heart of government.
We can all see what's happened here. He's so weak, he's done a grubby deal, trading national security because he was scared to lose another leadership election. There's a new Tory at the top, but as always with them, party first, country second. Yesterday, on the steps of Downing Street, he also admitted what the whole country knows. The Tories have crashed the economy, and now somebody has to pay for their mess. I say it shouldn't be working.
Bro, we already know that the Tories are gonna be able to get away with it, provided that their fucking party doesn't like implode on itself. Like if their party implodes on themselves, it's over for them. And then you'll have like you still will have another conservative party, don't get me wrong, but it's just more or less a matter of time.
People who've been hammered time and again by this lot, but those with the broadest shoulders must step up. Does he agree?
My record is clear. When times are difficult in this country, I will always protect the most vulnerable. That is the values of our compassionate party. We did it in COVID and we will do that again.
Mr. Speaker, he says he'll protect the most vulnerable. Let's test that. The government currently allows very rich people to live here but register abroad for tax purposes. I don't need to explain to the Prime Minister how non-dom status works. He already knows all about that. It costs the Treasury £3.2 billion every year. Why doesn't he put his money where his mouth is and get rid of it?
Should kiss himself.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been honest. We will have to take difficult decisions to restore economic stability and confidence. And my honourable friend, the Chancellor, will set that out in an autumn statement in just a few weeks. But what I can say, as we did during COVID, we will always protect the most vulnerable. We will do this in a fair way. But what I can say, I am glad, Mr. Speaker, that the party opposite, honourable gentleman, has finally realised that spending does need to be paid for. It is a novel concept for the party opposite. This government is going to restore economic stability and we will do it in a fair and compassionate way.
I know he's been away for a few weeks, but he should have listened to what's been going on the last two. But anyway, I have to say, I'm surprised he's still defending non-dom status. He pretends he's on the side of working people, but in private he says something very different. Over the summer, he was secretly recorded at a garden party in Tunbridge Wells, boasting to a group of Tory members that he personally moved money away from deprived areas to wealthy places instead. Rather than apologise or pretend that he meant something else, why doesn't he now do the right thing and undo the changes that he made to those funding formulas?
Bro, do you honestly expect him to fucking own up to that kind of shit? Like, even I don't expect him to, because he's not going to do it. And I would be genuinely surprised if, you know, he actually was.
Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the last few weeks. I am the first to admit that mistakes were made, and that's the reason I am standing here. But that is the difference between him and me. This summer, I was talking. I was being honest about the difficulties that we were facing. But when he ran for leader, he promised his party he would borrow billions and billions of pounds. I told the truth for the good of the country. He told his party
I told the truth, ain't it?
To hear. Leadership is not selling fairy tales. It is confronting challenges, and that.
But wait, doesn't that what conservatives do though? Don't conservatives just sell fairy tales? We should start a revolution to overthrow the UK government or something radical like that to ignite fires of change. They could also stay docile and not do anything that could be beneficial to them. I am just throwing ideas out there, so maybe don't listen to me. I mean, I understand, you know, that people are frustrated and want change. And like if a general election was to be held tomorrow, I honestly think that the Labour would win, but I honestly don't think that they won't do that, because historically the UK has not been a revolutionary country. In all things considered, like it would happen more. It would happen in France more likely than the UK, because they see the monarch as, like, you know, this untouchable god essentially.
Is the leadership the British people will get from this government?
In public, he claims he wants to level up the north, but then he boasts about trying to funnel vital investment away from deprived areas. He says one thing and does another. But they're shouting. They're not my words. They're not my words. They're the words of the former chair of the Tory party, sacked yesterday for telling the truth about the Prime Minister. Even his own side know he's not on the side of working people. That's why the only time he ran in a competitive election, he got trounced by the former Prime Minister, who herself got beaten by a lettuce.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that. I forgot about that. So, for those who don't know the context behind this, someone on I think Twitter or some social media site had posted a tweet of a piece of lettuce and being like, let's see which lasts longer, Liz Truss or a head of lettuce. And the head of lettuce was still like perfectly edible by the time that Liz Truss was out of office. It was so funny.
So why doesn't he put it to the test, let working people have their say, and call a general election?
Mr. Speaker, he talks about mandates, about votes, about elections. It's a bit rich coming from the person.
I mean, we already know that they won't hold a general election, or call it, I should say, because the Tories are like very, very, very unpopular right now. And if they were to hold a general election, they would not win.
Who tried to overturn the biggest democratic vote in our country's history. Our mandate is based on a manifesto that we were elected on to remind him an election that we won and they lost.
Manifesto. That's a little bit of a red flag. Okay, so Rishi Sunak, Liz versus lettuce. Conclusion: lettuce wins. True. So yeah, Rishi Sunak made a public statement either today or yesterday about like being the new leader of the Tories. So let's watch.
First, the formalities for Britain's shortest tenured Prime Minister in history.
Thank you.
Liz Truss bid farewell, then offered her resignation at Buckingham Palace. And soon after, Rishi Sunak arrived, invited by King Charles to form the UK's next government. For the fifth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years.
Bro, look at how fucking old he is. How the fuck are we allowing like these old farts to run countries? Like, bro, he's like on his deathbed. Like, he's not gonna give a shit about what happens when he's dead. Like, it honestly looks like he's getting ready to fucking see his mom in hell.
Within his party,
in a video
for
game.
A country deeply in debt and grappling with 10% inflation.
Right now, our country is facing a profound economic crisis.
I wonder why that is.
Many are watching Jeremy Hunt, the Minister for Finance, faces tough decisions whether to increase taxes and cut spending. The British pound strengthened today, which is a good start for Sunak.
He needs to build confidence. He's got a hell of an agenda required to fix the problems of the UK.
Sunak exudes confidence. He broke through an ethno-cultural ceiling to be the first British Asian Prime Minister. He had the benefit.
Bro, that literally doesn't matter though. Because like people automatically assume that just because you have like a fucking brown or black PM or president or whatever the fuck, oh, racism's over. No, that's not how that fucking works. And like that's not even like getting into the conversation of, you know, how said people can be like like say Barack Obama or whatever the fuck, or like actually no, I think in this instance Kanye West would would work a little bit better. Like Kanye West, like over the last little bit, has been saying that fucking has been saying like very anti-black shit. So no, it doesn't fucking matter on what they fucking look like. They can still be very fucking anti like where they came from, because it's just a fucking deflection point for white supremacists.
Benefit of private schools as a young man, a background in finance, and married into one of India's wealthiest families. Now, the youngest prime minister since 1812 has bridges to mend after Boris Johnson and Liz Truss.
I have work to do
Boris.
to restore trust after all that has happened.
That trust will not come overnight.
I think it's the best of a bad bunch in every circumstance.
Prime Minister Trudeau issued a statement extending congratulations to Sunak, calling Canada's partnership with the UK one of the strongest relationships between any two countries in the world. For Ottawa, those relationships with Sunak's inner circle matter, starting with the Prime Minister himself, the Chancellor responsible for finance, the Foreign Secretary, the UK Defence Secretary, and at international trade, Kemi Badenoch. Badenoch will be part of Britain's team negotiating a new free trade deal with this country.
Canada has a lot at stake in getting a good British government. And I think that Sunak has the potential to provide that.
What the new Prime Minister hopes won't be needed now for a long time is the moving van spotted today behind 10 Downing Street. Eric Sorensen, Global News.
That's funny. Fucking moving vans there. Get out of the castle, yeah. You're not welcome here anymore, innit?
Another day, another Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. The leadership changes within the governing Conservative Party, whiplash-inducing in recent weeks and months.
Mr. Sunak, can you really unite the party now?
Now, Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson's former Chancellor, blamed by some for Johnson's downfall, is being touted as a unifier. His was the only name on the ballot. It is an astonishing change of fortune for Sunak.
Who will be our next Prime Minister?
Over the summer, he lost out in a leadership contest to Liz Truss, even though his critique of her economic policies proved prophetic.
That would lead to mortgage rates, interest rates going up to 7%. Can you imagine what that's going to do for everyone here and everyone watching?
Truss is now a footnote of history, drummed out of office by her own MPs. Sunak insists he'll be a healer.
I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together.
But he inherits a party and a country turned on its head by years of discord in the corridors of power.
6 or 7 years of unprecedented political turmoil with changes of government, with governments unable to govern.
This analyst believes Sunak will still have the shadow of Boris Johnson to grapple with.
There are people within his party who loathe him
Boris.
because of what they think he did to Boris Johnson. In that sense, there are people within his party who want him to fail.
Johnson made a last-minute bid to regain power, returning from holiday to canvass for votes, pulling out over the weekend. A relief for some.
I just think it was chaotic when he was in charge, so I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, I'd rather have Richie back in office.
Better than Boris.
There are too, of course, many people here still clamoring for a general election. Their chance to choose the country's leadership, they say, for a change.
So, Margaret, that's interesting because despite calls from some to go back to the voters, there does seem to be sort of little sign of another election.
That's right, Adrian. And one of the first things that Rishi Sunak said today in private to his MPs is that he has no intention of calling an early election, so they have another 2 years. But critics would say that if he can't get a handle on the infighting and the divisions that have really paralyzed successive Conservative governments here, then the public pressure to hold a general election could become overwhelming. And opinion polls will tell you if you held it today, the opposition Labour Party would win.
All right, Margaret Evans, outside.
I mean, it also depends on like what the fuck Richie Sunak does, because if Richie Sunak doesn't fuck up too terribly bad, there is a chance that he could win a general election, but I don't see that happening.
Out with the old and in with the new, sort of. It's a bit more like musical chairs, but at least they've gotten used to the choreography by now.
I mean, is that really a good thing, though? Like, you know, if it's something that you're used to doing, I don't really think that's a good thing. That's a really bad sign.
This was the outgoing Prime Minister Liz Truss's chance to say goodbye, and she did so without apology for the recent economic chaos critics have laid at her door.
Not surprised.
Has acted urgently and decisively on the side of hard-working families and businesses.
After her farewell to the King, it was time for Rishi Sunak's hello and an invitation from King Charles to form a government. At Downing Street, the world's media was waiting, hooked on the slow-motion implosion of Britain's governing Conservatives. But from the new Prime Minister, a clear effort to turn the page and set a new tone.
This government will have integrity, professionalism, and accountability at every level.
Opposition parties say he has no mandate.
This isn't, one Prime Minister changing during the lifetime of a
Oh,
parliament.
he's Scottish. Let's go.
This is the third Prime Minister in the space of 2 months.
In Southall, one of London's Asian suburbs, there's pride on display in Sunak's Indian heritage, Britain's first Prime Minister of colour. But it doesn't give him a free pass.
I would have wanted somebody with a few more, few more scruples probably.
A former banker married to a wealthy heiress, Sunak is rumoured to be richer than the royals, and so say critics out of touch.
What?
On the other hand, many businesses...
Bro, if that's a thing, like, the fuck? How did that happen?
Remember the help he gave them during COVID as finance minister.
He's a good fellow. In lockdown, for the business community, he done a lot of things.
Rishi Sunak.
He's a good fellow, ain't it? Look at me, yeah. I like sucking the boot of Richie Sunak, yeah.
Spent the rest of his first full day in office putting together his cabinet, a delicate balancing act, and of course, a few more musical chairs. Margaret Evans, CBC News, London.
Bootlickers, all of them. I mean, it really all depends, for sure. Like, the Oibrovs are not really too happy with the Tories, and then like outside of like those really really old people, because like they don't care, they just want like tax cuts on their, I don't know, on their fucking, what's a business that the Oibrovs would have? I don't know, fucking not dental. I don't know, maybe they're fucking clothing brand or some shit. I don't know what the Oibrovs do. This is awesome.
You can see their crowds, the people heckling the new Prime Minister. Sometimes some things never change. And that car now pulling up into Downing Street. The gates are now closed.
That is funny.
And we should get the glimpse, the first glimpse of Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister as he leaves the car. Chancellor, of course, under Boris Johnson, he resigned. Now, second time running, he won the Conservative leadership contest and is now the new Prime Minister.
All right, let's watch a speech, boys.
Good morning. I've just been to Buckingham Palace and accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government in his name. It is only right to explain why I'm standing here as your new Prime Minister. Right now, our country is facing a profound economic crisis. The aftermath of COVID still lingers. Putin's war in Ukraine has destabilized energy markets and supply chains the world over. I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Liz Truss. She was not wrong to want to improve growth in this country.
I mean, no, theoretically, you know, like everyone should be like pro-growth in like some aspects, but like she did not fucking help out the UK economy at all. That is fucking hilarious.
It is a noble aim, and I admired her restlessness to create change. But some mistakes were made.
Not just some.
Not born of ill will or bad intentions. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Come on, bro.
But mistakes, nonetheless. And I have been elected as leader of my party and your Prime Minister, in part, to fix them. And that work begins immediately. I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This will mean difficult decisions to come. But you saw me during COVID doing everything I could to protect people and businesses with schemes like furlough. There are always limits, more so now than ever. But I promise you this, I will bring that same compassion to the challenges we face today. The government I lead will not leave the next generation, your children and grandchildren, with a debt to settle that we were too weak to pay ourselves. I will unite our country, not with words, but with action. I will work day in and day out to deliver for you. This government will have integrity, professionalism, and accountability at every level. Trust is earned, and I will earn yours. I will always be grateful to Boris Johnson for his incredible achievements as Prime Minister, and I treasure his warmth and generosity of spirit. And I know he would agree that the mandate my party earned in 2019 is not the sole property of any one individual. It is a mandate that belongs to and unites all of us. And the heart of that mandate is our manifesto. I will deliver on its promise. A stronger NHS, better.
You can save the economy. Okay, hear me out. I'll give me all the money, then I will run away. Never speak to you again. So what are your thoughts? Genius, right? I mean, that would just cause like a lot of like political instability within like the UK, as well as like, I don't know, things to just go to a shithole, and like, or like if like hypothetically that was a thing, it would cause massive inflation within the UK. I mean, like, clown is multi-millionaire or some shit like that.
To schools, safer streets, control of our borders, protecting our environment, supporting our armed forces, leveling
Makes sense, right? Come on, bro. Ugh. That was so bad. That was awful.
Up and building an economy that embraces the opportunities of Brexit, where businesses invest, innovate, and create jobs.
I kind of figured you weren't going to be sorry.
I understand how difficult this moment is. After the billions of pounds it cost us to combat COVID, after all the dislocation that caused, in the midst of a terrible war that must be seen successfully to its conclusions, I fully appreciate how hard things are. And I understand too that I have work to do to restore trust after all that has happened. All I can say is that I am not daunted. I know the high office I have accepted, and I hope to live up to its demands. But when the opportunity to serve comes along, you cannot question the moment, only your willingness. So I stand here before you, ready to lead our country into the future, to put your needs above politics, to reach out and build a government that represents the very best traditions of my party. Together, we can achieve incredible things. We will create a future worthy of the sacrifices so many have made, and fill tomorrow and every day thereafter with hope. Thank you.
Is that it? Oh no, it's just him waving. What a loser. This is, yeah, we just watched this, right? Yeah, we just watched that. Alright, let's read this BBC article. The 3 PMs in 2 months is a political chaos. The UK's new normal. I don't know, it very well could be. Rishi Sunak is the UK's third Prime Minister in less than 2 months. The fifth in 6 years. It is the fastest turnover of a leader in 10 for nearly a country. Since the summer of 2007, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, and Mr. Sunak have all held the top office. In contrast, there were just 3 prime ministers within the last 28 years before: Margaret Thatcher, John Major, and Tony Blair. What is the cause of the revolving door at number 10? And could this trend be the new normal for the British people? A panel of experts share their thoughts on why it appears increasingly difficult for prime ministers to remain in power. Jill Rutter, from the think tank of Institute for Government, I don't like the sounds of that, believes the Brexit vote in 2016 has been the number one destabilizing factor in British politics over the last 6 years. quote, "We can attribute almost all of the instability to a fallout of the Brexit referendum and what it has done to the Conservative Party," she says. David Cameron was a long-serving British Prime Minister. Had he not had the referendum, he could have been on track till 2018 and would have handed over to either Greg Osborne or Boris Johnson. He was derailed by calling the referendum it was a tactical error not to go all out for the victory and thinking victory was in the bag, she adds. Mr. Cameron's resignation after 6 years in office paved the new way for Theresa May. She spent 3 years and 11 days in office, while her successor, Boris Johnson, spent 3 years and 44 days at the helm. Theresa May was clearly brought stable or terrible by a twin combination: the disastrous election of 2017 and the fact that she and the party could not agree what Brexit meant, Ms. Rutter adds. She says the Conservative Party thought Boris Johnson could break the Brexit deadlock, but one of the ways he did that was by not paying much attention to the norms and rules. It was his failure to do this that brought him down. It meant his ministers could not take it anymore. They'd gone for someone in desperation. Liz Truss's shorter premiership at barely 7 weeks, according to Ms. Rutter, a direct legacy of the referendum. The membership had changed quite a bit, she explains. They were ready for the message about ignoring orthodoxy. But they discovered when they went hell for leather against conventional wisdom, they fell over in a heap. Vernon Bognador, professor in government at King's College in London, agrees. The referendum has disestablished British politics, he says. The difficulty has been to find the right relationship with Europe. But is it really all about Brexit? Tim Bale, professor of politics at Queen's Mary University, believes that the trend could be something that runs much deeper. He points to what he calls the presidentialization of the UK's parliamentary system, or the greater force on party leaders, as one of the reasons the Prime Minister's term are not lasting as long. There was far more focus from voters and politicians on the party leaders and rather less on the party as a whole. Not to mention that the leader is often held personally responsible for anything that goes wrong, he says. It is now pretty much impossible for a party leader to lead his or her party after an election defeat, he explains, adding that the former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, was the notable exception of the rule in 2017. Aged 42, Rishi Sunak is the youngest prime minister in more than 200 years. He has risen through the ranks of the Conservative Party in the space of just 7 years since he was first elected as an MP in 2015. MPs cannot come into Parliament and very quickly gain a name for themselves, Professor Vale says. That has disestablished parliamentary politics. It used to be quite heretical, but MPs are generally impatient to move up the ladder. But also, if they think things are not working, they would be piling onto Twitter and the rolling news channels to say something needs to change, and that includes the leader. Professor Vale believes the rise of social and digital media has also made a big difference to how voters view politicians. In the past, politicians were not faceless, he says. But they were not the celebrities they are now. That feeds through to how voters view politics. Professor Bogdanor disagrees. The governments of David Lloyd George and Winston Churchill during the two world wars, William Gladstone in the 19th century, and more recently Margaret Thatcher could all be described as presidential, he argues. Governments have always been presidential, he says. The power of the prime minister ebbs the flow that really with their electoral position. Politicians are celebrities? That is new to me. I mean, bro, like, look at Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is an excellent example of this. The fact that Donald Trump has had like a huge platform, as well as the you know, being like very big on social media, has led to this or has led to the way that we currently view politics now, because of how successful Donald Trump was. Right? It's the exact same, like regardless of political stripe, a lot more people are now taking things to, say, Twitter or TikTok or Facebook or wherever. Professor Bogdanor believes that Mr. Sunak might now usher in a period of greater stability. I cannot see him getting overthrown in the next 2 years. There are going to be economic hardship. There's going to be an economic hardship, but the Conservatives have 2 years until the next general election. Now that you mentioned it, he was memed to high heaven, so I guess that makes sense. I mean, yeah, it just does. Because now in politics, like, even like I've discussed this as well. Now you have to be like incredibly careful and completely scrub your social media account clean. because let's use Danielle Smith as an example. Danielle Smith has said some really idiotic and ridiculous claims on Twitter, and that's just biting her in the ass even more than what like that is like biting her in the ass more than she thought it would. But like, it doesn't matter, a lot of things are biting her in the ass, so Patrick Dunleavy Intermus professor of political science and public policy at the London School of Economics, believes an election will be held before the 2-year deadline. Are you biting her ass? No. I do not think that the 2 years is a credible timeline now, he says, arguing that pinch points of Mr. Sunak include the local council elections next year and when his anniversary in office, depending on his opinion poll ratings. Professor Dunleavy also sees problem in other Westminster-style systems. Australia, which is also a parliamentary system, has had 9 prime ministers in the last 12 years, owing in part to what are called spill elections. It has led to Australia being dubbed the capital of the democratic world. Leadership spills occur when members of the parliamentary party feel that the leader is taking them in the wrong direction or not delivering on the promises they made to those who elected them, and does not have the numbers to back their position. The Conservative Party has moved over to spill election operations. They were threatening Cameron in 2016. They were used against May. She survived the first one, then she had to give up. They were used against Boris and then against Trust, Professor Dunleavy says. So I guess it all depends for sure on what's going to happen. All right, let's move on to more news at home, and let's talk about Doug Ford and him not showing up to the Emergencies Act inquiry as requested.
Yesterday, we saw both the Premier and the former Solicitor General, the now Deputy Premier, dodge questions about their summons from the Public Order Emergency Commission. In fact, since the summons was issued, we haven't heard a word from either the Premier or the former Solicitor General. Hiding the problem does not make it go away, Mr. Speaker. I ask the Premier, will he come clean and commit today to speaking with the Commission?
And to reply, the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a federal inquiry into the federal government's use of the Federal Emergencies Act. From day one, Mr. Speaker, for Ontario, this was a policing matter. It was not a political matter. And the opposition...
Increase the volume of the video a bit? Yeah, I was going to.
Mr. Speaker, politicians don't direct the police. Top officials from the OPP that were running the...
Okay, so the fact that he brings this to a like a federal thing, that doesn't matter. Like, you're still being called upon, so you have to go. That's how that works. With respect to like the whole argument that he made about different things you know, being or things being a what's it called? Political. Of course it's going to be political. Like, your dumbass decided not to do anything when it came to actually removing the clowns that were in Ottawa. So, you know, the feds did something about it. Like, it's political either way you slice it.
Operation in conjunction with the municipal police agencies and the RCMP are testifying at the committee. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a federal inquiry into the federal government's decision to use the Federal Emergencies Act.
The supplementary question.
Thank you, Speaker. Back to the Premier. During former Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson's testimony to the Commission last week, we learned that in his conversations with the Prime Minister in February, the Prime Minister told Mayor Watson that the Premier was, and I quote, hiding from his responsibility for, yes, political reasons.
Yep.
Speaker, the Premier was hiding then when he let convoy organizers occupy Ottawa and harass residents, and he is hiding now by not testifying at the Commission. He cannot hide forever. Will the Premier finally do the right thing, go to Ottawa, and testify before the Commission?
Nope.
To reply, the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I think the Premier has been very clear that this is obviously a federal inquiry into the federal government's decision to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act. Now, I know the member opposite doesn't want doesn't appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but that is the case. At the same time, we have been assisting the Commission by ensuring that cabinet documents have been provided to the Commission, and by also ensuring that both the Deputy Minister of Transportation and the Deputy Solicitor General are made available to the Commission to assist them as they investigate the federal government's invocation of the Emergencies Act.
The final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, back to the Premier. The Commission summoned the Premier and the Solicitor General, the former Solicitor General, because the people of Ottawa and Windsor and everybody else in this province deserve answers, and they deserve accountability from this government. Instead, this Premier is choosing to hide behind parliamentary privilege. Parliamentary privilege? That's baloney, and everybody in this room knows it. He failed Ontarians.
I'm going to caution the member on her language. Yep. Caution the member on her language.
That's funny.
And recognize her to continue with her question.
This Premier, and this Premier knows it, failed Ontarians during the convoy and is failing us now. The former Ottawa Mayor testified.
Order.
The Prime Minister is going to testify, and so is the Mayor of Windsor. Other political leaders, Mr. Speaker, aren't afraid to talk to this Commission. Why is this Premier shaking in his boots?
And to respond, order.
The strange thing about like her language and shit is like, bro, the Conservatives do it all the time and they get away with it. Like, why is it any different when she decides to use inappropriate language? Like, come on, bro, that's just a double standard.
And to reply, the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker,
like,
because
you unironically have like some fucking conservative MPs and shit calling people like fucking pedophiles and shit. Like, come on, bro.
it is a federal inquiry into the federal government's use of the Federal Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we are assisting the Commission in its work by ensuring that cabinet documents are provided to the Commission, by ensuring that the Deputy Solicitor General, the Deputy Minister of Transportation are made available to the Commission for testimony, Mr. Speaker. Also, obviously, the Commissioner of the OPP will be testifying, Mr. Speaker. The member herself shows exactly why this is political, and Mr. Speaker, it shouldn't be. It is a policing matter. We have been hearing that.
Okay, so regardless of what you believe, policing is an inherent political. It's inherently political. Okay. Because when it comes down to policing, the government is essentially saying, you know, no, yeah, we have all the authority to do violence, but you know, the average person does not. Which is why you often hear conservatives saying that, you know, we need to fucking fund the police more, as well as you know, funding the military more, because you know the fucking military is essentially just the police force out, like, just not in the fucking country. Like, no, policing is a very political matter. And regardless of, like, if you actually send the police in to actually do their fucking jobs, or if you don't, either your action or inaction is still a political stance. That's how that works.
Consistently throughout the testimony so far, and that is why we are assisting the Commission in ensuring, as I said, that cabinet documents are made available, that the Deputy Solicitor General has been made available, the Deputy Minister of Transportation, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to provide that assistance as required.
As the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act continues, assertions by Ontario's Premier have again come under question, this time about whether he would testify.
How come, Premier Ford, you're not testifying at this inquiry? Were you asked? Did you decline?
I have not been asked.
But the Commission
Lies.
has now officially summoned him after it says he declined multiple requests to do so voluntarily.
Bro, he was like asked to testify for like a week or two already. So the fact that he's like constantly been declining and now is like threatening lawsuits is just kind of ridiculous. Like, just do your fucking job, go testify, and then you can get back to fucking business. Like, it's not rocket science, my guy. But like, I guess like actually doing his fucking job is fucking rocket science for Doug Ford. Like, bro, fucking Rob Ford would have been fucking better, had a better fucking response than that. Like, Jesus.
It says that in September it asked both Ford and Deputy Premier Sylvia Jones for an interview, but that request was refused. It renewed the request a number of times. It then requested they testify.
Wait, it went back all the way to September 19th. Oh, I guess I had my timeline wrong then.
Voluntarily, but that was declined by the province for the moment. The Ontario government says it will challenge the summons in court, arguing it violates parliamentary privilege. All this follows another...
Wait, what? But it doesn't, though. Because if that was the case, then the mayor of Ottawa could also make that same argument. So no, it does not fucking violate parliamentary privilege. It's silly to think that it does.
Another seeming contradiction last week.
I stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister.
But records of conversations between Justin Trudeau and then Mayor Jim Watson show they believed Ford was hiding for political reasons.
Of course he was.
The summons follows a request of the Commission from 3 different lawyers.
The Commission of Inquiry has a mandate to get at the truth of what happened in February. So the fact that the province of Ontario would go this far to ensure that the Premier and that former Solicitor General Jones don't have to appear in person and give evidence is quite striking. It's disappointing.
Others stress the need to have the province appear at the inquiry at a political, not just policing level.
Those 3 weeks in February were very traumatizing for the people of Ottawa, and they felt very abandoned and let down by all 3 levels of government. We do have Mayor Watson who's appeared, and the Prime Minister will be appearing later, and that's really the missing piece.
Rafi, when it comes to the Commission itself, there were some new details today about the head of the RCMP and her position on whether the Emergencies Act was needed.
Adrian, it turns out that just hours before Prime Minister Justin Trudeau kicked in the Emergencies Act on February 14th, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki wrote an email to a senior public safety official saying that in her opinion, not all legal options had been exhausted, though she did find the act could be useful. Now, that's not a very different position than what we've been hearing from the Ontario Provincial Police so far, and no doubt likely to come up when Lucki herself testifies.
All right, Rafi Boudjikane.
I mean, Doug Ford is clearly doing this for political reasons. It's very apparent that he is. Just doesn't want to do his fucking job.
We have reached, however, interim Ontario NDP leader Peter Tabuns and interim Ontario Liberal leader John Fraser. Both are in Toronto. Mr. Tabuns, Mr. Fraser, good to have you with us tonight. Thank you for making the time.
Thanks for the invitation.
We listened today to the back and forth in the legislature around this, and Mr. Calandra's point seemed to be summed up as saying this isn't a political matter, it's a policing matter. Mr. Tabuns, your response to that?
Well, it's clearly a political matter. There's no doubt about it. And frankly, there's an inquiry going on as to whether or not the application of the Emergency Act was appropriate. It's entirely proper for the Premier and the Solicitor General to appear before the committee and answer questions.
Their point, Mr. Fraser, up until this point, I should say, seems to be maybe those questions can be asked, but the people best suited to answer them are the bureaucratic delegates we've sent to the inquiry, and then the representatives from policing forces like the OPP, like the Ottawa Police. Do they have a point there, Mr. Fraser?
No, look, there were decisions, political decisions that were made not to take action in Ottawa. There were political decisions made to say that they'd sent 1,500 OPP officers when it was really only 50 or 60. So there's some basic questions that need to be answered. The bottom line is, for 2 weeks, the residents of downtown Ottawa weren't safe in the streets. Businesses were shut.
I think if he doesn't want to fucking show up and everything, we should just fucking, they should just throw his ass in jail. Right? I think that seems fair. Like, if he wants to make it a fucking matter of policing, then let's fucking police his ass.
Shut down. You know, women didn't feel safe walking in their neighborhoods. Our city was being occupied, and Doug Ford chose to do nothing. To do nothing for 2 weeks. Ostensibly because somebody told him it was in his interest not to. You know. Simply helping the city of Ottawa by coming to the table. We heard testimony that he was invited to come to the table with the federal government and with the mayor of Ottawa, and that he refused, that he thought it was a waste of time. I think he has some explaining to do to the residents of Ontario, especially Ottawa and Windsor.
Yeah, look, it's hard to disagree with the assessment. There are some outstanding questions, especially Mr. Tabuns, based on what we've heard so far, and certainly, like, why did you see that intelligence, and what would you have done with it, or what should you have done with it, is maybe chief among those questions at this point, but there's a whole long list of them. At the same time, Mr. Tabuns, the Premier has been unequivocal about his support for the federal government invoking the Emergencies Act. He said he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was even asked today about why, you know, should the Premier appear, and he kind of hedged his words. He said at the end of the day he did support the invocation of it. He didn't seem to be saying, no, he needs to appear, we need to hear from the Premier, we need to hear from where he fell short. Does that take some of the wind out of the sails of the point that you and your colleague, Mr. Fraser, are trying to make here?
No, I don't think it does at all. Let's face it, as John has said, people in Ottawa had their lives turned upside down. People lost work. Businesses were put into an impossible position. People couldn't sleep at night. All three levels of government had responsibility to act. There's no doubt in my mind that the Premier, if he's not hiding anything, should be coming forward and answering questions. Frankly, if he is hiding things, he should be coming forward and answering questions.
The only reason why he's actually not fucking coming forward and is threatening lawsuits is because he's 100% hiding shit. That's the only reason why. Like, it's very fucking suspicious, to be perfectly candid.
People deserve these answers, and they deserve them now.
The Premier, Mr. Fraser, and his deputy the Deputy Premier rather, are saying that because of parliamentary privilege, they're seeking basically an exemption from this summons, a judicial review of it, and then ultimately a stay of the summons based on the idea of parliamentary privilege. What is your understanding of how that might work? And do you think ultimately, given the sort of sanctity of parliamentary privilege, that the argument might work?
Well,
Nope.
I don't know. It'll be tested in court as to whether it can work or not. But the reality is the Premier has to come out and answer to the citizens of Ottawa and Windsor why he didn't act for 2 weeks. I think the Prime Minister probably meant to say at the end of 2 weeks, the Premier finally came around. And that's what the point is. The point is, he didn't come to the table. The province wasn't there to be able to assist and support, and they refused doing that. And that caused a lot of pain and suffering for people, especially in the downtown of Ottawa. It's simply wrong. I think, to be honest, the Premier doesn't want to answer the tough questions, because if I was him, I would be ashamed at not taking action. I would feel shame.
I mean, you should also be like, he should fucking answer the fucking tough questions. But like, even if he does have to go in for the inquiry, like, I honestly don't think I think he's just gonna fucking lie and dance around the questions, to be perfectly honest.
It's clear that the inaction was the wrong thing to do, and people suffered, and he should own up to that.
Just to play devil's advocate here and follow up with you, Mr. Fraser, and then I'll give the last word to Mr. Tabuns. The province did declare an emergency, a state of emergency, and I listened to Interim Chief Steve Bell from the OPP yesterday, who said that did in fact provide them with new tools that they felt were effective. Ultimately, not enough tools to get the job done and to clear everything. That was provided, he said, by the Emergencies Act, the invocation of that. But ultimately, that it did make a difference, that declaration of an emergency. So it's not like they did nothing. I certainly see that there are gaps, but they did ultimately do something.
Yeah, well, look, they declared the emergency literally just about 2 weeks in. And the point is, for those 2 weeks, people suffered. It was clear. We all know that. There's no question about that. Yes, they finally acted. The problem was, in the interim, I don't, deny anybody the right to a vacation, but the Premier was at his cottage. I mean, there's times that you go away, but when you've got the second largest city in Ontario in a crisis, in a public safety crisis, nothing else matters.
Mr. Tabuns, I'll give you the last word there. And just on the same idea, there was a declaration of emergency. It did make a difference, according to some of the people who have testified here. And ultimately, there will be representatives from the government who testify. It won't be the Premier, it won't be the Deputy Premier, at least not at this juncture, but there will be people testifying. There will be people that the Commission's lawyers can ask questions of.
Well, frankly, those who have ultimate decision-making power, the Premier and his minister, should not be using the cover of parliamentary privilege to evade actually answering questions in this very important inquiry. He cannot step away from that. As John has said, people in Ottawa were put through a ringer. This Premier turned his back on them for weeks. He needs to come. He needs to answer questions. People deserve those answers.
And the fact that they re-elected him just makes things even fucking worse. Like, how the hell do you fucking re-elect that clown? Especially after, like, a lot of the horrendous shit that he did.
Okay, on that note, I'll end it there. Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate you making the time. Peter Tabuns.
Well, Premier Doug Ford and former Solicitor General Sylvia Jones are going to court to try to avoid testifying at the so-called Freedom Convoy inquiry.
CP24 Chanel Call is at Queen's Park with the latest on this story. Chanel, good morning.
Good morning, Nick and Jen. So they've been asked to head to Ottawa to take part in this testimony about how the federal government decided to enact the Emergencies Act to handle those occupiers that gathered in Ottawa months ago. And now we're hearing that Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones are saying, no, we will not go, and we're challenging that in court. They're citing something called parliamentary privilege, which means that they are citing the responsibility to be here at Queen's Park behind us here in Toronto and be part of the session here as a reason why they can't head to Ottawa. They also say the evidence they have is, quote, not necessary to this commission. Now, lawyers for the National Inquiry have said summons were issued on Monday after Ford and Jones repeatedly refused to appear voluntarily, but the Premier had said last week that he'd never been asked to testify. Also, he was noticeably absent yesterday from the ledge.
seem to be dodging the question. He should be before the inquiry, and the whole party seems to have decided that he shouldn't have to answer these kinds of questions. That doesn't make sense to me.
So at issue here is what role Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones had in responding to that occupation. Evidence presented so far suggests that Ottawa had been asking Ontario for more police resources. There were also some texts that came up between the Prime Minister and Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson that was released as evidence in this case. It revealed Trudeau suggested Ottawa was hiding from his responsibility for political reasons.
Yep.
We've seen over the course of this inquiry a lot of different events happen at different times. And yes, there were times when our different orders of government weren't as aligned as we would have liked to be. But it's obvious that Premier Ford chose to stand with people of Ottawa, people of Ontario, people of Canada, and not with others.
So again, the hearing continues in Ottawa today and throughout the week. Still no word on whether or not Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones will have to go, because now this court challenge will begin. We'll also be keeping a close eye on what happens inside Queen's Park. Today's session will resume later on this morning, and so we'll just have to see whether Doug Ford will show up to answer questions during question period. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll be watching for that. Chanel Call live for us outside.
We have more politics for you now. The fall session of the Ontario Legislature resumed here at Queen's Park today, but Doug Ford was noticeably absent. So was his deputy premier, prompting speculations they're trying to avoid tough questions. Pomp and ceremony started off the morning as the legislature resumed after more than 6 weeks.
Class of 2006.
But Premier Doug Ford's seat was empty. So too was his health minister's.
Hmm.
They were avoiding this.
This government has left Ontarians with no credible plan of action to address the crisis in our healthcare system.
But it's more likely they were avoiding this.
What are you trying to hide?
The opposition was having a field day with Ford.
Yeah, both very fucking hard questions for Doug Ford to answer. It's kinda sus that he wasn't there.
Ford's refusal to testify before the federal public inquiry, which is examining the federal government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act to end the Ottawa convoy protest.
We were subjected to weeks of unrelenting harassment by convoy organizers and opportunistic hate groups. And in our time of need, this premier and that minister made promises that were not honored.
The Premier and Sylvia Jones, who was the Solicitor General at the time, are fighting the inquiry summons in court, citing parliamentary privilege. The government House Leader was left to answer for them.
It is a policing matter, not a political matter.
That answer didn't appease the opposition.
It's a political matter. The Premier did nothing. That's not a police decision.
I would ask the Premier, what are you afraid of? Like, why is he afraid to be honest with the people of Ontario about the actions his government took or didn't take?
Premier Ford was also absent as his government announced it will override municipal zoning to allow duplexes and triplexes to create more housing.
We're in the middle of a housing supply crisis. We need more homes built faster.
During the election, Ford
Wait,
promised to
what?
create
That's not how you solve the housing crisis. How you solve the fucking housing crisis, meet the fucking needs of the people that, fucking need the housing. And, even those that have housing currently. Building more housing is not going to change anything if you have parasites just fucking, slurping up all the fucking funds that, or slurping up a bunch of fucking capital. Because apparently owning property is a job, which literally anyone can fucking do.
150,000 new homes
Provided you have
for
money.
the next 10 years, a lofty goal that has never been attained before. Today, the government tabled new legislation to speed up the process by setting new housing goals for municipalities and streamlining approvals. So can those housing goals be met? Well, it's going to be really hard, and further complicating issues, higher interest rates and concerns of a possible recession, which could mean builders don't want to build. Now, the NDP housing critic says she's worried the Ford government plan will do nothing for renters and the homeless.
mean, yeah, I'm not expecting him to do anything either. Like, I mean, let's be real. If he hasn't done it yet, then no.
But first, let's bring in the CBC's Karina Roman, who's been watching the proceedings. And Karina, normally, hearing from Chief Bell, that would be the big news. But we've also the news around Doug Ford and the former Solicitor General being summoned to testify. Tell us about the latest on that.
Well, the interesting thing about that is they are having to be summoned because it turns out that they were asked to appear voluntarily and they declined, which is interesting because just last week, exactly a week ago actually, Doug Ford was asked, why are you not on the witness list? And he said he hadn't been asked.
The thing is like, even though like he was fucking asked and everything and he declined, and like it's clearly done because he's trying to hide something. Like, we already know that he's trying to hide the fact that, you know, he wasn't actually willing to take any opposition towards the fucking convoy. And just fucking chilling at his cottage. Like, that's all, that's what he's trying to do. Like, it's pretty fucking clear because like it was very obvious during the convoy that, you know, he was in support of them and weren't gonna fucking send police in to brutalize them, despite the fact that, you know, fucking police were there were some police there and they decided to do nothing anyways. So
Well, according to a commission letter, that is not entirely accurate. They had asked both him and former Solicitor General Sylvia Jones to be interviewed. They declined that. And then, well, okay, we've seen the evidence. It shows that, you know, you have something to offer. And so we'd like you to actually appear as a witness. So from that letter that we've got that was written from the commission to the lawyers for the parties who requested them to be added to the witness list, it says it was our hope that Premier Ford and Minister Jones would agree to appear before the commission voluntarily. However, given that the repeated invitations were all declined, the commission has issued summons this day to Premier Ford and Minister Jones pursuant to Section 4 of the Inquiries Act. And so, you know, that was met with quite a surprise because, as I said, we thought that they had not been asked at all. What's interesting is not...
So then that should... So then he should have to go regardless then, right?
Long after that, we got a response from the Premier's office that basically says, yeah, no. It says the government will be seeking a judicial review to set aside the summons and receive a stay under the grounds the summons are inconsistent with the member's parliamentary privilege. And then it goes on to say a bit lower down on their statement, we believe that questions about Ontario's institutional response will be sufficiently addressed by the testimony from the two senior officials already selected by the Commission. Overall, our view has always been that this was a policing matter and the police witnesses that are testifying can best provide the Commission with the evidence it needs. And what's interesting as well about that is that, you know, the testimony we've heard so far, certainly, I'm sure the Ontario officials will shed light on that. But both Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones have been mentioned numerous times by witnesses in terms of Doug Ford's reticence and hesitancy to really be engaged in the matter early on, that he wouldn't sit at these tripartite meetings, that Sylvia Jones tossed out the number of, well, we've got 1,500 OPP on their way or they're there, and the Ottawa Police Service saying, we don't see them, what are you talking about? And so the very people that could clarify those comments and those attitudes, you know, say that they don't want to come to be witnesses. And one of the organizations that have asked for them to come, that this letter was all about, is the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Interesting, their reaction to the province's reaction of trying to get a stay of the summons, calling it disappointing, saying both the leadership seems to be unwilling to assist and actively obstruct, and that is an abdication of its responsibility to the people of Ontario. It goes on to say, the reaction from the CCLA, that, you know, the province of Ontario has a history of resisting transparency, or this particular government, but this is particularly shocking.
So is it really shocking though? Because like if they're willing to resist transparency, like, of course this was going to be their move to take, right? It wouldn't really make too much sense if it was, or if, you know, if their fucking standpoint was to fucking, you know, not resist and shit.
So that is the latest response from that. Now, this commission has very tight deadlines in terms of when it has to get through all the testimony and when the final report has to be issued. I wonder, you know, whether this can be resolved if we're going to a judicial review in time for the deadlines that it's under.
Oh, Karina, you've raised so many important questions that we're going to try and get the answers to. But we should talk about Steve Bell, because that was also important testimony that we heard today. Tell us about what he had to say.
Well, let me boil it down to this. They had intelligence, but they also had experience of past protests. And their intelligence, despite mentioning that these people might stay longer, that there might be a lot of big trucks, that they might stay as long as it takes to get the objective they want, that on balance, the intelligence was telling them, no, it was only a 3-day protest. And what it didn't tell them either way, Steve Bell says, is what was going to happen once they were here. That as they were driving across the city, across the country, they were lawful. There was no indication that we were going to see the activities that we saw on the ground that were so disruptive. And on cross-examination, the City of Ottawa lawyer asked him if he could describe what those activities were that were so unpredicted. Have a listen.
It included honking of horns incessantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The idling of the vehicles, much of the engagements that we saw between our community members and members of the protest, whether it be intimidating, hate or biased crime behavior, assaultive behavior, the feeling that people were trapped within their residence, within the place that they live and couldn't move around unfettered. It was almost constant conflict between the members of this community and people that were occupying our streets.
He also talked about how the charter rights argument, you know, that they had a charter right to come in their big trucks, and there's been lots of questions about what that was based on, legal opinion. Regardless of what advice they did get, that opinion has clearly evolved, because he went, I don't think we have time for the clip right now, but he went on to say, well, they realized obviously that charter rights applies to people, not trucks. So clearly they've learned from that experience as well.
Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman, live in Ottawa.
Paul Champ is representing a group of residents and businesses. He's at the inquiry. Laura Berger is a staff lawyer with the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. She's with us from Montreal. Hi to both of you. Thank you very much for making time to react to this news. Mr. Champ, I will start with you. Why is it important, from your perspective, that the Premier testify before the inquiry?
Well, we've already heard considerable evidence that there was a number of discussions with Premier Ford, with the Mayor, and Mayor Watson was also hearing from Prime Minister Trudeau that they were having difficulty getting through to Premier Ford about how serious the situation was in Ottawa. And at the end of the day, you know, municipalities are provincial jurisdiction. The people and businesses of Ottawa were abandoned for 3 weeks, and you know, they deserve answers from their Premier.
Ms. Berger, lay out for me the case from your perspective.
I don't fully think that even if he is forced to go to the inquiry, I don't think he's actually going to give any fucking answers to the citizens that live in Ottawa. I just don't see it happening.
For the Premier testifying, and I should say his then Solicitor General as well.
Absolutely. Well, as Mr. Champ said, we had a situation that was clearly a pressing situation that affected a large number of Ontarians. And I think the buck stops with the Premier. The buck stops with the elected officials. Those are the people who are democratically accountable. I think it's also really important to keep in mind that the Emergencies Act Commission seeks to answer whether it was necessary to trigger the Emergencies Act and to create orders that restricted the civil liberties of Canadians right across the country. And we can't answer that question without knowing why the province acted as it did and why perhaps the province did or did not use all the tools at its disposal to resolve the situation in Ottawa.
And I should note for our audience two quick things, and we'll get into this in a second, but your organization has so far vocalized
Because it wouldn't
some
make sense
opposition
for him
to
politically.
the invocation of the act because of what you just laid out in part. And also I should let our audience know we have requested an interview with the Premier or a delegate or someone from the government on this issue to ask them themselves, and that request was declined. I do want to put a statement, part of a statement though, that the Premier's office sent us, Mr. Champ, in which they said, we believe that questions about Ontario's institutional response will be sufficiently addressed by the testimony from the two senior officials already selected by the Commission. So there are kind of on the bureaucratic side, two officials who are scheduled to testify. Overall, our view, the statement goes on to say, has always been that this was a policing matter, and the police witnesses that are testifying can best provide the Commission with the evidence it needs. Certainly, we heard Interim Police Chief Steve Bell today with the Ottawa Police, Mr. Champ, talking a bit about the emergency, the invocation of the declaration, I should say, of emergency by the province and its effectiveness, what tools the police were availed of through that. Is that enough? I mean, that's basically what the Premier's office is contending.
You know, look, what was happening in Ottawa over those 3 weeks was completely unprecedented. It was lawless chaos, and the people and the businesses in downtown Ottawa felt completely abandoned by all three levels of government, the city, the province, and the federal government. And, you know, we're hearing, I think, quite candid answers from police and the mayor that there were huge mistakes made. And we are going to be hearing from the Prime Minister. So, you know, if the mayor and the Prime Minister can find the time to come here and answer the questions for the people of Ottawa, I don't know why Premier Ford feels he's exceptional. You know, the primary responsibility falls with the province, and you know, sometimes I think they believe that Ottawa's in a different country, but we're just a few hundred kilometers down the highway from Toronto, and you know, we would really appreciate if he came and answered the questions.
Ms. Berger, the Premier's contention through his spokesperson appears to be that the bureaucratic response and the questioning of police forces and the OPP, for example, is enough, that it does encompass the scope of the inquiry. Why is it, you know, do they have a point? Like, is a political voice on this necessary?
Well, what it comes down to is either the Premier of the province was briefed about the situation and was helping to make decisions, or he was completely hands-off at the time. Either one of those situations, I think, needs to be explained and laid out in front of the Commission of Inquiry. If, in fact, the Premier was completely hands-off, that's a truth that needs to be fleshed out, and I think that would be concerning in and of itself. Again, politicians, the Premier, MPs, MPPs, those are the people who are democratically accountable to Canadians and to Ontarians, and rightfully so. So in a democracy, we are entitled to demand accountability and transparency from our elected officials. I think the bigger question is, why is the Premier so afraid of giving evidence to the Commission that he's willing now to take the Commission to court and to resist the summons that Commission Council have issued? The province is now seeking judicial review of that summons. To me, that's an extraordinary step to take. That's quite a step to take simply to avoid answering questions and giving evidence in a forum that is aimed at devising recommendations for the future.
Let me just pick up on that point with you, Mr. Champ, because I'll read the part of the statement that alludes to that. The government will be seeking a judicial review, as Ms. Berger said, to set aside the summons and receive a stay under the grounds the summons are inconsistent with the member's parliamentary privilege. How do you interpret that?
Well, I mean, it's an excuse to get out of it. They're arguing 100%. That because the legislature is sitting right now, they can't be compelled to testify in any court or legal proceeding. They can try to hide behind that principle or that privilege, but that's what it looks like. You know, you know, this isn't partisan politics.
And like, I honestly don't think it's going to work out for them. Like, I honestly don't. But we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Really traumatized during that 3-week period, and I think they deserve to hear answers from all three levels of government about why they were let down so profoundly. And I think it's really disappointing that the Premier is going to say he can't take, a couple hours out of his day to give answers to the people in Ottawa.
Ms. Berger, I'll put the final question to you. The Premier did exactly a week ago say that he supported the federal government's use of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. So he has, articulated a position on all of this. And like he said through the statement, through his spokesperson, and in previous statements, he doesn't feel like it was the province's role to direct police forces, for example. In fact, he thinks that's the opposite of the province. So he has articulated his position on a number of these issues. I guess for audience watching at home, like what is the gap left to fill in? I know other politicians are testifying, but his response is as noted. How would you respond to that?
Absolutely. Well, it's interesting. I think we've seen in previous commissions of inquiry that dealt with policing of protest. For instance, the commissions that happened after the G20 protests and the arrests there, that this separation of church and state, this idea that politicians are never accountable for law enforcement or should never immerse themselves in law enforcement decisions. That's a questionable one. If indeed the Premier felt that
I mean, no, there's inherent, they inherently are, because they're taking a stance against it. It's indirect, for sure.
that he had no personal role and no responsibility over the situation that was unfolding in his own province, that's a position he can take. But I think Canadians deserve to hear that from him, and we deserve to get answers to those questions as opposed to answers mediated through officials.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much, both of you, for making some time on such a last-minute request. Really appreciate it. Paul Champ and Laura Berger.
Hours before Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act last February, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki emailed a top Trudeau government political aide saying, "I am of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation."
Obviously, that's what we thought, so this is why we are not supportive of that special law to address this specific issue.
Lucki did not specify what those available tools might have been, but she did list some potentially useful new powers she thought would be available under the Emergencies Act, such as jamming cell phones and arresting people for supplying the protesters with fuel. That Lucki email is part of the evidence tabled at the Commission reviewing the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. On Tuesday, an Ottawa police officer testified that police at the time were concerned the convoy protest might take a cue from those who attacked the American Capitol on January the 6th, 2021.
There was a lot of references.
I mean, I don't think Canadian hogs are as stupid as American hogs, but they're still fairly stupid. So if something popped off that the Canadian hogs didn't like, I do think that it was 100% possible to have a January 6th insurrection type of event to happen. Like, it could have easily happened for sure, but it would have had to be a perfect storm. 100%.
That were popping up on social media saying this was going to be their January 6th. And this was I believe this was the same day that we started reaching out to have other public order units from other police services to be in town to support us.
And one of the documents now before the Commission is a February 19th intelligence report from the Ontario Provincial Police that indicates that police were worried that, quote,
Wait, what did that say?
Ontario Provincial Police.
You got enslaved by your birth certificate? Bro, I love hogs. Hogs are so fucking awesome. That is awesome.
That indicates that police were worried that, quote, foreign adversaries may be using the convoy to further their own strategic, economic, and political interests.
I mean, of course they did.
Their activities may represent an ongoing threat to national security.
I mean, of course we did. We already know that they were getting funds from America, as well as like massive amounts of support from the dumbass American hogs as well. Like, it's nothing new.
And even though that warning about a national security threat from foreign adversaries was in a police intelligence report published 4 days after the Emergencies Act was invoked, it will almost certainly be cited by the Trudeau government as one of the factors that led it to make that emergency declaration. Donna.
Okay, David Aiken on that inquiry in Ottawa. Thanks.
But first, let's bring in the CBC's Karina Roman, who's been watching the proceedings. And Karina, normally, hearing from Chief Bell, that would be the big news. But we've also the news around Doug Ford and the former Solicitor General being summoned to testify. Tell us about the latest on that.
Well, the interesting thing about that is they are having to be summoned because it turns out that they were asked to appear voluntarily and they declined, which is interesting because just last week, exactly a week ago, actually, Doug Ford was asked, why are you not on the witness list? And he said he hadn't been asked. Well, according to a commission letter, that is not entirely accurate. They had asked both him and former Solicitor General Sylvia Jones to be interviewed. They declined that. And then, okay, we've seen the evidence. It shows that, you have something to offer. And so we'd like you to actually appear as a witness. So from that letter that we've got that was written from the commission to the lawyers for the parties who requested them to be added to the witness list, it says it was our hope that Premier Ford and Minister Jones would agree to appear before the commission voluntarily. However, given that the repeated invitations were all declined, the commission has issued summons this day to Premier Ford and Minister Jones pursuant to Section 4 of the Inquiries Act. And so, that was met with quite a...
Oh, I think we just watched this one.
And Premier Doug Ford's comments were brief, and he largely stuck to his talking points, that this is an inquiry looking into whether the federal government was justified in using the Emergencies Act to quell the Ottawa occupation, and not about what the Premier or the government of Ontario did or did not do during that period of time earlier this year. Yesterday, the Ford government went to court. They filed a motion asking a federal judge to overrule the Commission of Inquiry, which is now trying to legally compel the Premier to testify at that inquiry in just about 2 weeks. The Premier claims he has parliamentary privilege. This is something that dates back to the 1800s. It prevents an MPP from participating in some legal proceedings because it would interfere with their duties here at Queen's Park. Today, for the first time, the Premier addressed the matter directly in the legislature.
Hiding the problem does not make it go away, Mr. Speaker. I ask the Premier, will he come clean and commit today to speaking with the Commission?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a federal inquiry into the federal government's use of the Federal Emergencies Act. From day one, Mr. Speaker, for Ontario, this was a policing matter. It was not a political matter.
So here's the timeline going forward. On November 10th, that's about 2 weeks from now, Premier Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones, the Health Minister and the former Solicitor General, are scheduled to testify. On November 1st, they're going to court, hopefully trying to get this overturned. If they don't get that November 1st court date, however, they will still be compelled to testify. Coming up at 6 o'clock, though, why some here at Queen's Park are calling the Premier's parliamentary...
Okay. Yeah, more fucking... It's just getting silly to me, like, honestly. Like, come on, bro, just do what... Okay. Ontario has filed an application for judicial review seeking to quash summons for Premier Doug Ford to testify at the Emergencies Act inquiry in Ottawa. The Attorney General says in documents filed in federal court that irreparable harm will occur if Ford testifies. The province cites parliamentary privilege that provides immunity for sitting members of government to testify in court and at inquiries, which I think is just silly. We should 100% get rid of that. Ford says the Emergencies Act inquiry is is a federal issue, not a provincial one, as he fights a summons. Premier Doug Ford's government sets to change his summons to appear at the Emergencies Act inquiry. The Public Order Emergencies Commission is examining the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act to end the so-called Freedom Convoy protests in Ottawa and Windsor last winter. On Monday, the commission summoned Ford and Sylvia Jones, the current health minister, who was Solicitor General at the time of the protest, to testify at the inquiry. The province has asked the court to hear out its urgent application on next Tuesday. So that's where we're currently at with that. Let's move on to other updates now. So we've got some updates surrounding Hockey Canada and the Shaw, the Rogers Shaw merger.
Once again, Arnold with a glove save.
As a goalie, Tracy Arnold is a key player for Team Canada.
As a child growing up, that was always a dream for me.
She loved playing stand-up hockey as a young girl, but at age 12, after a car accident, she was told she wouldn't walk again.
I really missed it, and I was feeling I was missing a part of myself.
More than 2 decades later, she took up para-hockey and made the women's national team in 2019. When she was presented with her Team Canada sweater, it was a mix of joy and frustration. According to her coach, Hockey Canada gave the team jerseys with other players' names on them, originally made for the national women's stand-up team.
It's quite disheartening and frustrating knowing that I put the time in and money and effort to be an elite athlete, to represent our country, and that I don't fit the mold of what the organizing body deems as fit to do that.
The women's team took silver at the first World Challenge competition back in August. Unlike the men's program, the women's team has to pay fully for their own travel costs and equipment. Even the coaches are volunteers. Hockey Canada does pay for insurance, registration, and those jerseys.
I would encourage them to do way more equity, diversity, and inclusion work, because I think that's totally going to turn the page on the sport and open up a whole new possibility of people who love the sport in Canada, who just haven't yet felt like it's a space for them.
Hockey Canada is at a crossroads, spurred by revelations that it had millions in reserve funds used to pay settlements for sexual abuse allegations. Tracy Arnold believes funding her team could send a message to Canadians.
Women with disabilities, we know, are some of the most marginalized people in the world, and if Hockey Canada can treat us in a way that promotes respect.
Especially like after the shit we discovered last week, that was really fucking sad.
And equity, this would bode well for showing Canada that they can treat all people with respect and kindness.
Hockey Canada
know they
declined
won't.
an interview. In a statement, it says its mandate is to operate national teams that compete for world championships and participate in the Olympics and Paralympics, a milestone women's para-hockey is still working toward. Carissa Donkin, CBC News, Fredericton.
According to Ipsos polling done exclusively for Global News, 6 in 10 Canadians say the turmoil reflects a broader problem with hockey culture in Canada. 23% of men consider the scandals isolated incidents, compared to 13% of women. The vast majority, 85%, say sponsors, amateur leagues, and governments did the right thing by withdrawing support from Hockey Canada, but 78% of respondents are confident Hockey Canada will change for the better with a new board of directors.
We'll see.
Most people.
We will see. I honestly doubt it. I would be genuinely surprised if something actually comes out of changing the board of directors.
don't generally see numbers in the range of 85% feel that this is a fairly pervasive problem. Even when you probe a little bit more deeply, you find that people see it as a problem with organized sports in general, not just with Hockey Canada, particularly if you ask women. At least in the research, there doesn't seem to be a big effect on the popularity of the sport, but there's certainly a lot of caution among people about how the amateur hockey world is functioning these days. And they really do believe that there is a necessity for change. And you don't generally see numbers in polls in the 80s, but on just about everything we asked about this, the numbers were in the 80s. People don't think that the status quo can persist. They believe that change is necessary, and they believe also that improvement will come from change. There is a gender divide, and women are more likely to see the problem as being more pervasive. And they are also more likely to look at these as not isolated incidents, that they're actually something that's part of the culture of hockey, but not, as I said before, just hockey, but organized sports in general. So women see this as a more of a pervasive problem and not a series of isolated events. But when you look at the most responsibility, what you see is the people who are in the positions of power. So people who are managers, people who are in charge of what's going on, plus coaches are seen as predominantly most important to change. So it's about the structures of power in sports, and particularly for women, they feel that there's a need for change there. 78%
I mean,
of
of
people that we
course.
interviewed said with change, with improvement, things will actually get better. So there is a view that with appropriate levels of change, particularly with things like training people to be more aware of what's going on and raising the level of awareness on this around these issues, that things will actually get better. So it's not just all gloom and doom in the poll. It's
We'll
not
see.
just a real negative assessment of what the situation is. There's a belief that there's a problem, but that it can be affected, and the change really needs to come in the leadership and the level of training that's available for people who are participating in the sports. And if we get that, then 78% of Canadians say that things will get better.
All right. So yeah, that's the basic stuff that's going on with Hockey Canada stuff, or what we have new regarding to it. Let's move on to the Rogers-Shaw merger.
The federal industry minister seemed to be drawing a line in the sand.
I stated that I would, under no circumstances, permit the wholesale transfer of wireless spectrum licenses from Shaw to Rogers. Today, I officially denied that request.
But he's officially denying something Rogers Communications and its Western rival Shaw already moved past. Rogers isn't trying to buy Shaw's cell phone business, better known as Freedom Mobile. Months ago, they'd agreed to sell it to competitor Videotron. That was to try and satisfy regulators. Not enough for the Federal Competition Bureau, but now the federal minister says he'll allow it with conditions.
I can't tell them what to do, but I hope they're watching. But I hope they're watching TV tonight because they know me by now. What I'm telling them, those are my expectations, and I think they better listen.
Videotron has to make sure its prices in places like BC, Alberta, and Ontario are as cheap as they are in Quebec. That's about 20% lower than right now. But also, it cannot resell Freedom Mobile to anyone else for 10 years. The federal government wants to make sure there are 4 major cell phone companies.
Rogers has crossed the Rubicon to this deal and is probably on their way to striking the right balance and just accepting the fact that there's going to be a 4th player. It's going to be a stronger one than what they wanted, and that's what the sacrifice is.
Rogers isn't commenting. Industry watchers say this could signal a deal is coming, and stock prices could respond to that. Regulators still had other concerns about the Rogers-Shaw deal, though. The 2 companies and the Competition Bureau head to mediation on Thursday. Anis Haydari, CBC.
Later this week, the parties to the Rogers-Shaw transaction will be beginning mediation with the Competition Commissioner. As Minister of Industry, I wanted to take a moment to remind Canadians of where I stand with respect to spectrum license transfers and to be crystal clear about my expectations moving forward. Earlier this year, I stated that I would, under no circumstances, permit the wholesale transfer of wireless spectrum licenses from Shaw to Rogers. Today, I officially deny that request, which had been pending before me. My decision formally closed that chapter of the original proposed transaction. As you have heard me say many times before, I will never waver in my commitment to promote competition and to make wireless services more affordable for all Canadians.
Then do it, bitch.
Since the original request was tabled, Shaw has proposed to sell their wireless division, Freedom Mobile, to Videotron. This would require my approval to transfer the spectrum licenses. As we look forward, I want to make clear, very, very clear, the lands to which I will consider this proposed transfer of license. First, I am giving notice that any new wireless licenses acquired by Videotron would need to remain in their possession for at least 10 years. A new service provider needs to be in it for the long run. Second, I would expect to see prices for wireless services in Ontario and Western Canada comparable to what Videotron is currently offering in Quebec, which are today, on average, 20% lower than in the rest of Canada. Promoting competition to bring down prices has been at the core of policies advanced by successive governments for many, many years. But let's face it, when it comes to wireless services, Canadians deserve and need better options. Wireless services are essential to our daily lives. They keep us connected to the world, to our loved ones, and to our jobs. Canadians deserve world-class networks and access to wireless services at affordable and competitive prices. I am resolved to achieve these objectives. Full stop.
Okay. Move on to some other news now. So the WHO warns that polio could make a resurgence, which should be alarming, right? So I guess we will see what they have to see.
Julia Weaver says she has never fully recovered from having polio at age 4.
You don't survive and then it's over. It is with you for life.
Polio is a highly infectious disease spread orally or through contact with contaminated fecal matter. In the 1950s, thousands of Canadians suffered from its effects, including paralysis. Hundreds died. Thanks to mass vaccination campaigns, it was effectively wiped out.
The challenge now is that so many places around the world are seeing disruptions in their childhood vaccination programs, either due to war, due to rediverting resources to the COVID pandemic, or for other reasons. As a consequence,
or you know, it could be due to a bunch of dumbass anti-vaxxer hogs that, you know, want their fucking children to die of fucking rubella or some shit like that.
Polio can be transmitted through the water.
While most high-income countries use an inactive vaccine, others still use a weakened live vaccine taken orally. The virus eventually gets flushed into wastewater, where it can mutate back to the disease-causing strain. Because of this, experts say travel could be playing a part in transmission. Just this summer, New York reported traces in its wastewater and had its first case causing paralysis in a decade.
That is okay. That is actually terrifying. The fact that polio is starting to resurge in higher density population or populated areas is kind of alarming, right? That just means that, you know, the fucking dumbass hogs want don't fucking care that their kids are gonna fucking die. And, you know, they also don't fucking care about, like, I don't know, people with autoimmune deficiencies that, you know, can't get it because, you know, they'll fucking, like, shrivel up and die as well.
fire. If you don't extinguish it completely and you have a few embers that remain and you go home and don't worry about it, well, it might rekindle a bigger fire.
Officials have been testing wastewater here since September. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, to date, all samples have tested negative for poliovirus.
That's good.
The latest Canadian polio vaccination data from 2017 reveals 90% of toddlers are fully protected from the virus. But coverage is
90?
not consistent across the country.
Am I crazy that 90% is kind of low? Like, how much? Like, how fucking how much fucking influence do the fucking crystal mommies and divorced dads have? What the fuck?
With BC, Manitoba, and Nunavut reporting lower rates than the national average. That worries
Bro.
Mickey Boline, who contracted polio twice as a child before vaccines were available.
Bro, she caught it twice? That's fucking wild, dude. Man, she is a fucking trooper.
I am now back on crutches full time. I use them all the time. I will use a scooter if I'm farther to walk.
Mickey and Julia both have post-polio syndrome. At 58 years old, she has had to learn to slow down.
I wouldn't want anyone to feel and go through what I have, and we need to stop this. There is no cure for polio.
No cure, but a shot, she says, that can prevent others.
Yeah, this is your fucking cure. Like, or at least a very big, like, part of the cure, right? Like, you know, fucking polio, like the polio vaccine. That's a gigantic fucking cure for it, but you know, some dumbasses don't want to get fucking their kids vaccinated because it thinks that they're going to cause autism or some shit.
From living through the pain she has had to endure.
And like, bro, no one should have to fucking live with polio again. The fact that people are, like, the fact that it's starting to reemerge, you know, is fucking aggravating and sad. Like, I don't want kids to fucking live in like an iron lung.
Morocco, Global News.
Okay, so yeah, let's actually get into this. So, polio may resurge globally, the WHO says, as countries pledge funds. Various governments pledged $2.6 billion US on Tuesday towards a global plan to again try to eradicate polio following its comeback, the World Health Organization says. New cases of the disease in previously polio-free countries are a stark reminder that if polio is not ended, quote, everywhere it may resurge, everywhere it may resurge globally, end quote. The WHO Director General Tedros, how do you pronounce that last name? Jeez. Ghebreyesus said in a statement as the UN body wrapped up its World Health Summit in Berlin. The money from countries including the US, Australia, France, Germany, and Japan will go through the global polio education initiative and will also be used to stop outbreaks of new variants of the virus. Wild polio virus is found in just 2 countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan. After just 6 cases were recorded in the last year, 29 have been recorded so far in 2022, including a small number of new detections in Southeast Africa linked to a strain originating in Pakistan. This year, health officials found polio spread among the non- and under-vaccinated in the US, Israel, and the UK. In New York, in New York State this summer, a young man experienced paralysis after a polio infection, and the first case of the U.S. in nearly a decade. Public health physicians say that as long as the virus still exists somewhere in the world, it can spread. Polio is a highly infectious disease, spreading mainly through contamination by fecal matter. It used to kill and paralyze thousands of children each year around the world. An epidemic in Canada in 1953 hit nearly 9,000 people and killed 500. At the time, this was the most severe epidemic in the country since the 1918 flu pandemic. There is no known cure, but a full course of vaccines provides nearly 100% immunity, doctors say. However, vaccination rates for polio and measles declined in Canada among babies born during the COVID-19 pandemic due to missed routine immunization when the family physicians' offices closed down, the doctors say. Non-governmental organizations such as the Bill Miranda Gates Foundation, Boomerang, Philanthropies, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America, Latter-day Saint Charities, and Rotary International also made pledges towards eradicating polio at the summit. Why the fuck is it being up again? Why is it coming back? Oh yeah, so I found that video. We'll probably watch that. Yeah, so Danielle Smith is, has been facing some heat again lately, not surprising.
We are not having restrictions again in the fall.
Following Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's speech at the UCP annual general meeting in Edmonton over the weekend, healthcare professionals are expressing concerns for the healthcare system in the province.
It hasn't gone away. COVID is still here. The pandemic is still moving on.
As Alberta nears 5,000 COVID deaths, one Alberta doctor says we should brace for another wave of COVID-19 in the coming weeks. This at a time when Alberta's premier says her government will not reinstate any COVID-19 restrictions this fall.
It's strange that we're seeing or hearing so little from government in terms of advice to become immunized, to get your boosters, to wear masks in public, at a time when we're looking at significant pressure on the health system again.
About 87% of Albertans 12 years of age and older have at least 2 doses of their COVID-19 vaccine. While Smith says she encourages people to get the vaccine to protect themselves if they choose to, she doesn't want those who make a different choice to be discriminated against.
We have to get away from this.
Yeah, we should just, honestly, fuck it. We should just make fun of those who are fucking not vaccinated and getting clapped. Like, at this point, there's no fucking reason for it.
Attitude that we demonize those who make a different choice, and that's what we have to do. And if it takes changing the legislation to make it super clear that we're not allowed to discriminate on this basis, that's what we need to do.
Smith says her promise to make changes.
Okay, then when it comes to fucking like abortion rights, don't fucking we shouldn't discriminate women who choose to get an abortion then. But no, that's still gonna fucking happen.
To the Human Rights Act this fall to forbid discrimination based on your vaccination status will only focus on the COVID-19 vaccine. And while he says it's
Uh-oh.
clear very few governments around the world will reintroduce restrictions at this time, Gibney hopes
I'd be
all
very
governments,
surprised if
including the
if they
Alberta
did.
UCP, can make recommendations to the public to protect themselves.
By wearing good quality masks, by staying at home when they're sick, and by getting their boosters.
In Edmonton, Laura Kraus, City News.
All right, so let's watch this this hog video. It looks like it's gonna be fucking wild. Let's watch it, boys.
Hey people, Mike Martins here with the Mike Martins channel. Thanks for liking, subscribing, joining, and all that jazz.
Love
I got
this
some
fucking-
really good news, and I want to share it with you guys if you're living in Canada. You know, we've been connecting the dots across the Commonwealth and all the English-speaking country over, I don't know, the last 10 years on this channel. The other one got taken down in 2012, but
Huh, I
connecting the
wonder,
dots,
bro. I
figuring-
wonder why, bro. Come on. You look like a knockoff fucking what's that one actor? I don't fucking remember the actor's
figuring out
name.
what's going on, how it's affecting your lives, how it's affecting my life. I'm a private sector small business owner.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much most of my life, and I've kind of did my due, or kind of went through life, and you know, putting my kids through school, buying a home, settling down, just doing it as I go, right? Working as hard as I can to live the Canadian dream, right?
Bro, the Canadian dream and the American dream are essentially the same fucking thing. You have, and like, the fucking counter argument to the fucking American dream still applies to the Canadian dream. You have to be a fucking sleep to have it.
And lately, it's been very hard the last 6-7 years because government interference with
Wait,
the cost
what?
of shipping, the cost of this, the property taxes going up, the cost of everything going up, doing all kinds of random stuff to destroy and disenfranchise small businesses across Canada in the private sector.
Dog. That's not the government. That's the fucking capitalist system working, man. That's how it's working as it's intended to work. Like, what the hell?
The public sector. A lot of people don't know that. A lot
Bro,
of people living in Canada
come
that work in
on.
the public sector don't understand that it's the private sector, the businesses like this, that actually fund the public sector. They don't get it. But anyways, I got a story and a half to tell you.
All
a
right,
real
let's hear it.
Canadian hero, and I want to share this.
Let's
with you
hear
guys
it go
because
off, boys.
There's someone out there that's seriously taking the situation seriously.
We already got the spoilers. That's Daniel Smith, but if this dude fucking licks the boot of Pierre Poilievre as well, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
And looking, realizing that there's not going to be much of a Canada left in the next couple of years. So,
Bro, you dumbass hogs always cry about the exact same fucking thing whenever liberals get into power. It happens on the fucking, or even provincially when the NDP get elected. You dumbasses cry about it because, you know, you fucking own some form of business and aren't getting fucking tax cuts for it, and are like, oh no, that's fucking bad for me because I have to pay a little bit more fucking taxes because I own a business. Or some shit like that. Just, yeah, Justin Trudeau's a communist, right? Totally.
let's get to it and see what's going on. Guys, if you haven't yet subscribed or
Bro,
been part
get
of the channel,
out of here with your fucking ads.
Premier Danielle Smith says she distrusts the World Economic Forum province to cut ties. Wow. I'm floored. I'm floored. As a man living in Canada and you know, raising my family, I am actually floored that there's a politician that can see through the BS.
Do you unironically want to know how to help this guy? You know, a better education system for his children, a better healthcare system, good public transit, so you know he's able to get out of his like probably small fucking town and go out and like actually interact with other people. You know, shit like that. Like, it would be in his best interest to unironically vote for that kind of shit and not like suck the toes of Danielle Smith. Like, it's not, Danielle Smith is not gonna make things better. She's been drastically unpopular within Alberta. She's been tanking the UPC in Alberta. Like, I don't understand people who try to defend her. Like, bro, come on. Like, I think your kids should have a fantastic life as well, but supporting clowns like Danielle Smith is not how you're gonna get there.
Smith says she won't deal with the agency until they stop bragging about their control over politicians. And we've discussed that on Mike of the Night many, many times. And she is 110,000% correct.
No, she is not.
And Alberta Premier Danielle Smith speaks with the United Conservative Party AGM in Edmonton. At a news conference on Monday, Smith said that she is canceling the health consulting agreement involving the World Economic Forum because she doesn't trust the agency. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
My man's about to
I
coom.
find it distasteful when billionaires brag about how much control they have over political leaders, Smith said at a news conference Monday after her new cabinet was sworn in.
Wait, she's actually right about that. Like, that's the only thing that she's been right about. Like, yeah, of course, fucking the more capital in a capitalist society, the more capital you have, the more political power you're gonna have. That's just how that works. Wow.
And we have our friend John Kennedy. Remember what he said? John Fitzgerald Kennedy? Secret societies,
JFK.
controlling societies.
Bro, that's not what he meant by that. Oh, this is fucking awesome. I love watching hogs in their natural environment. It is awesome.
All right, let's move on. And before becoming premier, Danielle Smith ran a social media feed full of disinformation. Of course they're going to say that. The mainstream media in Canada is bought and paid for.
But wait. Yeah, it is paid for, but they're literally right about that. Like, I'm not sure if the tweets are still up now, but she 100% did that. And we have proof that she did. Like, that's just how that works. And like, you know, come on, dog.
I'd make sure if I was her that no funding goes to any mainstream media at any level of the province.
Freedom of the press isn't necessarily a bad thing, and funding for press isn't necessarily a bad thing either. It depends on how it's being fucking used. If the press is just trying to protect politicians and not actually do something about it, then yeah, it's 100% a problem. But I think what this guy doesn't recognize is that mainstream press has also been very critical of fucking other candidates as well, or people in positions of power as well, such as Trudeau and Singh. Like, they are out there, as well as like the whole thing that happened within BC the last time we discussed stuff on the broadcast.
In her brief time as Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith has come under fire for her comments about vaccines and her past comments on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This lady is spot on! Holy
No,
smokes!
she is not.
Justin Leung, an investigative journalist, says
She is
the tip of the iceberg.
She has 100% been wrong on everything outside of that one quote, which I'm not even convinced that she has the capacity to think that, to be honest.
When it comes to what she's posted in the past, listen now. So there it is. Good for her. Good for her to speak up and have a voice.
Bro, she's a loser.
Anti-expert crusade will crash Alberta's healthcare system.
Well, yeah, it's because she's literally fucking pocketing a bunch of the fucking money because she wants to fucking privatize. I don't know if this guy lives in Ontario or in Alberta, but she wants to fucking privatize the healthcare, which will hurt a tremendous amount of Albertans because, you know, oftentimes they live in either very rural areas or, you know, they would have to pay an absorbent amount of fees in order to, you know, fucking be able to pay for, like, say, when your fucking kid breaks your arm. Like, we don't live in America, and I don't understand why people want to keep trying making it America.
I got some good news for you guys. The Alberta healthcare system has already crashed. Back in 2018, 2019, it was already kapoots.
I mean, yeah, no, 100%. The healthcare system in Canada, regardless, has been going on a downward trend. 100%. I completely agree. The main reason for that is because, like we've seen time and time again, especially with conservative politicians, they underfund education systems as well as the healthcare system, and they pocket the rest of it. There was like a couple months ago, there was that giant scandal with Doug Ford, and, you know, underfunding the healthcare system in Ontario, and, you know, not knowing where I think it was like $1.8 billion went.
To pull the trigger on the you-know-what, to get things slowed down or get things under wraps.
What?
And remember back in 2018, 2019, Alberta was seeing the most nurses leave.
Yeah, there's a lot of multitude of different reasons for that. You know, burnout, not being paid enough, not having the adequate equipment that they need, you know, stuff like that. There's a multitude of different reasons on why nurses quit. Like, it's been more apparent since we've been hit with COVID.
Exodus of middle class people leaving stateside. Alberta was seeing the most of it in their healthcare system already 2017, 2018. Before the you-know-what.
I'm not 100% convinced that it was fully, like, or Alberta was, like, facing the brunt of that, but I could see it because of how fucking dog shit Kenny was. And, you know, other places, like, I don't know, say BC would pay more. Like, it makes sense why they would leave, right? Because then they don't have to work, I don't know, 2 fucking jobs to make ends meet, because, you know, their fucking cabin out in bumfuck nowhere is costing them too much money and they can't afford food.
There it is. And there she is right there. Let's hear what she has to say.
Bro, she looks so fucking smug. Like, that... We honestly need to just have the fucking gauntlet here. Alberta needs the gauntlet, man.
And this is fantastic. I love this. So listen to this.
Alright, let's hear what she says.
Makes sense to make health decisions based on health experts. The group that you mentioned,
Wait, what?
the person at the helm of it, I don't think he's a medical doctor.
Yeah!
Wait, what? The person that makes the decisions for Canada, like, it's not fucking Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau takes the recommendations of Health Canada. He doesn't fully just make that decision. And, like, when it comes down to, like, the amount of shit that Alberta is facing, it has to do with the Alberta legislature. It has nothing to do with the federal legislature, because the provinces were given complete freedom when it came down to how their healthcare systems would operate, as well as how they would tackle COVID-19. I love Hogs.
Here we go.
Hogs gets so excited over like nothing, and it's fucking awesome, man.
I don't think he's a nurse, and I don't think he's a paramedic, and I don't think.
Bro, literally no one's been making claims that Justin Trudeau is. I think Justin Trudeau's a dumbass, and the only thing that he has going for him is his looks. Because him in fucking glasses, oh man, don't get me started. But like, no, like, a vast majority of Canadians are fucking fed up with Justin Trudeau as well. But they see that, you know, the ridiculousness that the Conservative Party has been putting out there is psychotic. So,
Oh, guys, let me digest this. Oh, wow.
He's a health professional, as I've said.
bro, he drank way too much of the Kool-Aid. He drank way too much of the Kool-Aid.
Going to be taking advice from our frontline nurses, doctors, paramedics, and health professionals to fix the local problems that we have. The local problems are related to.
But wait, Danielle Smith doesn't care about the local problems. Like, if she actually cared about the local problems, she would, you know, fucking actually listen to what people are saying, but she hasn't done that. She's only been fucking siding with 2% of people who live in Alberta. Not the masses.
To how are related to ambulance service, they're related to emergency room service, and they're related to not being able to get surgical initiatives.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with your fucking clown ass, as well as Jason Kenney for, you know, underfunding Alberta's healthcare, which is really sad. Like, you know, if someone breaks their arm and needs to go in for emergency surgery, I don't think that they should have to fucking wait for that. But Alberta has had a lot of fucking problems with that.
And our surgical wait time list down. Those are very local issues, and so I'm
Bringing it home. Danielle
What?
Smith. Woo! So, guys, I wanted to bring this out there that there are people on the front lines. There are people that really want to make a change. There are people, and then I just hope to Jesus that I really hope so. I really hope and I pray a lot that there could be some sort of tribunal of sorts of where what was said, who administered what, who gave to what, who made the approval for this, and bringing it right up the hierarchy, right to the top. And what she said made absolutely perfect sense.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to inform you, my guy, but that's not how that works. Danielle Smith could give two shits less about you. Like, that's just the sad reality. Like, it's the exact same thing with, like, either, like, Scott Moe and, you know, people who live in Saskatchewan, or Manitobans with, the fuck is that broad's name? Heather Stephenson. And, like, Doug Ford and Ontarians. Like, it's the exact same shit. Like, they don't give a shit about you, dog. I wish that they did, but they don't.
And that's why I've always seen Alberta, and I told you guys this, as the Lone Star province of Canada, conservative. And if I was her, I would look into the mayoral races from last year.
What?
From Alberta and Calgary. Look into the
Oh, is he gonna say that there's election fraud?
ballots. Look at
Yep.
everything. Look at the mainstream media.
Called it.
Look
Let's
at
go.
everything. You're going to find a lot of surprises.
Rewatch Andy.
Anyways, guys.
Bro, that is fucking awesome. Our hogs are fucking using election fraud as well. That is awesome. Man, Canadian hogs just really are wannabe Americans. Like, come on, bro.
I wanted to put this out there, but who am I? People that are watching this, well, who am I? You know, who the hell am I? I'm the guy. Let me tell you who I am. I'm the guy.
The funny thing is he thinks he's so smart because, you know, he thinks Danielle Smith is actually doing a decent job for, like, Albertans, despite the fact that she's been tremendously bad. And has been drastically unpopular.
Who basically was putting up videos years ago. Canadian middle class
Fucking
disappearing,
awesome.
market closing, Canada becoming unaffordable.
He's been doing this shit for 7 years, bro. I love conspiracy theorists, man. I love this. This is fucking awesome. We need to do more. We need to watch more of this shit.
I'm the guy that says cities are going broke, property tax hike coming across Canada years ago.
Bro, this is awesome.
Mass exodus, young families leaving brain drain.
What?
Canadian immigration to sell homes to wealthy immigrants.
I mean, yeah, that's just how the fucking housing market works in Canada. That's nothing new.
Toronto home prices invaded by investors. This will cause middle class exit. So food to skyrocket by 2021, 830%. Middle class can't afford basic food. Food shortages ahead. So
I don't think that there's going to be food shortages ahead. That's not how that works. The reason why food prices have been skyrocketing, as well as gas for that matter, is part and due to corporate lobbying, as well as these companies are say Loblaws, for example, are seeing like record-breaking profits, and they want to squeeze the Canadian proletariat for as much as they are able to get out. But they're starting to squeeze a little bit too hard.
I'm the guy that's been telling you Australia's mortgage prison. What I've been saying all these years.
I fucking love this.
All these years, over and over, trying to make sense. But we got somebody.
Like, my man is seeing the inherent flaws that capitalism has and the inherent contradictions that capitalism has, but he probably thinks that it's like some secret organization, like say the Illuminati or the Jews or whatever it is he thinks it is. But like, no, this guy would benefit from having like better education within his I imagine probably rural area, as well as, you know, free dental. Because unfortunately, if it's, you know, either federal or provincial, we don't give a shit about rural Canadians. That's just how that works. And it's honestly kind of sad.
So basically, if you're watching this in the States, she would be at a governor level, right? So she's a premier of Alberta. She would be like the governor of a state, right? So I kind of wanted to put that out there. I kind of wanted to share this with you guys. A real Canadian hero, Danielle Smith. And I just really hope to God that
He's a Canadian clown.
Uses logic, uses the real science, not political science we've been fed for the last...
Wait, but political science is science, though. It's the studies of into politics. That's what political science is. And like real science, I imagine you're probably just getting that from Facebook. Let's be honest. Because when it comes down to it, like a vast majority of people like this would just get their news source, like their news and information from Facebook, without like actually looking into what, you know, actual scientists say. But no, political science is 100% of science.
3 years, and actually ushers in forward a new way of doing things the way they should have been from day one.
What?
And balance the province's books, do whatever it has to be done, and to free Canadians, basically.
Bro, this is fucking awesome.
Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Look forward to reading your comments. And I'll see you guys on the flip side. Don't forget to join us on Mike in the Night. Mike Martin's here.
Bro, that was fucking awesome. I love Hogs so much. But yeah, speaking of Danielle Smith, let's get back to talking about her. So, Premier Danielle Smith blames AHS for manufacturing staff shortages. AHS is the Alberta Healthcare Service. Premier Danielle Smith says the reasoning, the reasons staffing is a problem in Alberta's healthcare system is down to poor decision making by the Alberta Healthcare Services. I think that the staffing shortages have been manufactured by the bad decision of Alberta's healthcare service, said Smith from the UCP annual general meeting in Edmonton on Saturday. Once the world knows as well that we aren't going to have vaccine mandates, I suspect that those who have been fired in the jurisdiction will know that they will have a home here, which that's a little bit concerning. Smith says she plans on redistricting all of Alberta's health services, including firing the AHS board by the end of the year, which is going to be even more fucking that's going to be another fucking fire lit underneath her ass. So I can't wait to see how that turns out. An emergency room physician in Medicine Hat, the city located within the riding the premier is seeking to win in a by-election next month, says he wants to sit down and discuss what she means by manufactured. The AHS is the people and the human beings that are in the system that make it work, said Dr. Paul Parks. I'm AHS. Does the premier think I'm the problem? Does she think that the nurses that are working unbelievably hard are the problem? Parks says the system is in need of dire help with more resources, which is true. Like we've seen time and time again, especially the prairie provinces have been underfunding the healthcare system and pocketing the profit or pocketing the revenue that was supposed to be going into the healthcare industry or the healthcare services. I don't know what she means by manufactured either, he said. I can tell you that the last couple years have been extremely trying and challenging and unprecedented. That's such a cliche word, but it's true. NDP leader Rachel Notley also criticized Smith's comment. These comments are an insult to every Alberta healthcare worker who has endured the excruciating pressure of the past 3 years, and every Albertan who had their health care delayed, tweeted Notley. Tweet here says comments are insulting to every Albertan healthcare worker who has endured the excruciating pressure, delayed. Clearly, the UCP leader has had no idea what's going on in Alberta healthcare. So, can't really say that I'm surprised that this clown would make those remarks. But yeah, let's move on to Xi Jinping.
When China's most powerful figures gather once every 5 years for a Congress of the ruling party, nothing on camera happens by accident. So the sudden removal of former...
Okay, so for context, this guy is incredibly fucking old. He's like, he's gotta be at least like 900 years old, right? And I think, if I remember correctly, I think he had to use the washroom or something. And he was, you know, he was helping people, or people were helping him like get up, because again, he's like 900 years old. If I remember correctly, I think he is the previous leader of the Chinese Communist Party. But no, he wasn't being fucking thrown out of the commission because Xi Jinping didn't fucking like him. No, if I remember correctly, I think Xi Jinping actually looks up to him. But yeah, that's the state of affairs that we know of for now. And this guy right here, on the other side, I don't know if they'll show it or not, but he had put his arm, or he put his hand on his on the other guy's arm, and just to, you know, like not cause a scene and shit. So we'll actually see what
Secretary
they
Hu
say.
Jintao has people talking. At first, he seems to be caught off guard and to resist. He trades a few words with his successor Xi Jinping before his escorts shuffle him off. His failing health was given as the official reason.
Yeah, and like that's another thing. That guy is like, he's way too old, bro. He's old. Like, of course his health isn't going to be fucking great.
But this happened at the climax of a conference where Xi solidified his power like never before and began an unprecedented third term at the top.
The extraordinary removal of...
So the thing here that I don't know if they're going to mention is Xi Jinping is widely liked across China. They don't necessarily agree with everything he does, but again, like I say time and time again, the Chinese people know that, you know, if they just keep their head down, not really do or say anything, or criticize their government, the government will have their back.
Mr. Xi's predecessor, Hu Jintao, the head of the Youth League faction in the party, is really sending out a rather chilling signal about...
Bro, he was literally, he was like fucking dying of old age. And like, he had to get out of there. Like, they're not throwing him out of the party.
People who may wish to suggest to Mr. Xi that his policies could be reconsidered.
The party also named a 7-member standing committee. President Xi Jinping promoting allies who support his vision of tighter control over society.
But the thing is that like there have actually been like on the committee, if I remember correctly, there have been people that have been very, very critical of Xi Jinping within like even his party alone.
Every leader will need some supporters to help him to maintain, to control the country, and to pursue, then to continue his policies, and then to build up his legacy.
In a nearly 2-hour speech, Xi called on China to be prepared to deal with worst-case scenarios and to be ready to withstand high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms.
The speech was very...
Bro, he's literally just letting fucking his people know that, you know, the next couple weeks or so could, you know, be potentially bad.
Strong and affirmed everything that we have been concerned about with regard to China's domestic and international agenda.
As the country deals with economic uncertainty, many were also watching for changes to China's strict COVID-0 policy, which has shut down cities and disrupted business.
I do think that the COVID-0 policy is a little bit ridiculous, if I'm going to be honest. I think that they should be focusing on a better vaccination rate for sure.
However, no changes were announced.
Politics is unpredictable, especially in authoritarian politics. But we'll see what's going to happen next 5 years.
And if any of the events that unfolded on Saturday were political theater, they leave no doubt who's in charge.
I mean, the only one that's actually making like a gigantic fucking deal out of this is the West. Like, no, the dude's like 900 years old. He needs, he had something to take care of, and he has problems fucking standing up. Like, of course he's gonna have people there to help him get up. Like, come on, bro.
Talia Ricci, CBC News, Toronto.
刚才我们召开了中共20届一中全会，选举产生了新一届中央领导机构。选举我继续担任中共中央总书记。面对新征程上的新挑战、新考验，我们必须高度警醒，永远保持赶考的清醒和谨慎，锲而不息推进全面从严治党，使百年大党在自我革命中不断焕发蓬勃生机，始终成为中国人民最可靠、最坚强的主心骨。中国发展离不开世界，世界发展也需要中国。经过改革开放40多年不懈努力，我们创造了经济快速发展和社会长期稳定两大奇迹。现在，中国经济韧性强、潜力足、回旋余地广，长期向好的基本面不会改变。中国开放的大门只会越来越大。
Okay. Tough economic times. Shit.
A dire warning of rough economic waters ahead and the crisis in the Canadian Forces. I'm Mercedes Stevenson. Welcome to the West Block. It's been a hard few years, and times are about to get even tougher. That's the bleak outlook we've been hearing from Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland. Eurasia Group's Ian Bremmer is here on the forces battering the global economy and Canada. In an increasingly dangerous...
I mean, that's just the system working as intended, though. Boom and bust.
...world, the ranks of Canada's military are emptying out. Just how bad is this latest crisis facing the Canadian Forces, and what does it mean for national security? I'll ask former Defence Chief, retired General Rick Hillier.
I gotta pee.
From we've got your back to turning off the taps, the federal government sent checks to millions of Canadians in the early days of COVID-19. But with more rough economic waters ahead, Chrystia Freeland is now warning that the government won't be able to keep everyone afloat.
There will be people whose mortgage payments will rise. Business will no longer be booming in the same way it has been. We cannot support every single Canadian in the way we did with the emergency measures that kept people safe and solvent at the height of the pandemic.
Governments are facing tough economic choices, and Canadians are feeling the pinch. So what is driving all of this economic turmoil, and what should Canadians expect in the months to come? Ian Bremmer is the president and founder of the Eurasia Group, a leading global research and consulting firm. His latest book is titled The Power of Crisis: How Three Threats and Our Response Will Change the World. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ian. Nice to see you. So many people feel this at the gas pump, they feel it at the till, they feel this kind of global anxiety and unrest that you can't quite put your finger on, whether it's war and peace or the economy, but inflation is just at the center of so much of this. What do you believe are the biggest driving factors behind that situation?
Well, it's two major global crises and the political responses to them hitting almost at the same time. So first, it's the pandemic. And remember, the level of contraction of the global economy when the pandemic first hit was unprecedented in our lifetimes. This wasn't a recession. This was very briefly a depression. We shut down big pieces of the global economy. And the response to that was unprecedented amounts of fiscal stimulus, which was great to ensure that the middle and working classes that didn't lose their capability to continue to support themselves and their families, but of course created huge problems in terms of ongoing inflation, an incredibly tight labor market, deep challenges in supply chain when you whipsaw shutting down production and then expanding it with all sorts of consumer demand. So that's the first piece. And we'd be talking about major inflation right now, even if that was the only thing we were facing. But on top of that, the Russians invaded Ukraine, a land war in Europe that ends 30 years of peace dividend in Europe. The Russians are one of the largest energy producers in the world. The Russians and Ukrainians are two of the largest agricultural and fertilizer producers in the world. You've stopped a lot of that production and export, and the impact of that is much higher prices and much less availability. So, I mean, you put both of them together, and it should be no surprise that we're facing inflation levels that we haven't seen in generations, and that you have leaders not just in Canada, but in the United States and the UK and on the continent of Europe saying we're not going to be able to respond in the next couple of years with the kind of fiscal packages that you had grown accustomed to in the teeth of the pandemic.
How bad should people be prepared for this to get?
I think that 2023 is probably going to be the worst of it, but very easily more challenging than what we've seen over the past months. In particular, the energy crisis that you have, especially in Europe, and energy prices are far higher in Europe than they are in the United States and Canada. They at least have the storage this year. It's going to be very expensive. The governments can make people whole. They can provide subsidies for people that don't have the means, but they're not going to run out of energy this year. And in part, that's because the Russians were pumping gas through most of 2022. In 2023, that won't be the case. So you won't be able to rebuild the storage that you have presently. Next winter is going to be harder. Also, there's likely to be a bunch of disruption over the coming months. I don't know, I'm sure you saw in the news that Nord Stream 1 and 2 were sabotaged. We don't know by who, but irrespective of who did it, it clearly shows that the gloves are off for that kind of behavior going forward. In fact, the Russians just had a couple of people arrested in Norway with drones engaging in surveillance of energy infrastructure there. So the likelihood that pipelines, fiber, other cyber attacks going to hit the Europeans over the coming months and expand the war beyond Ukraine is very real.
Okay, so one thing I don't think he discussed when it came to the growing rates of inflation is the amount of corporate greed that that everywhere has been experiencing. That is probably the biggest contributor towards that.
Likelihood that you can maintain the existing food and fertilizer deal when it comes up for renewal in November, that's also going down. So as I look ahead to 2023, both for the inability to get stockpiles prepared and also the challenges in not having enough food distributed to the right places in the world, I think we're heading for a very difficult 6 to 12 months.
I mean, a vast majority of that is going to be heading towards the global north in that regard. So, like, most people in the fucking global north don't give a shit about the global south anyways. They're okay with the child labor that goes on within the global south, as well as the oftentimes gruesome fucking conditions that people have to work in as well.
Talked a lot about energy there, and that's something that is on Canadians' minds. We are an energy superpower. We have all of this oil and gas, and there's been a big debate for years about whether it should keep going because it's still needed, or whether it's too detrimental to the environment. As you can imagine, that's been a debate on steroids with what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. You know, you forecast global risk and predictability and energy supplies. What would your advice to the Canadian government be about that?
Well, you're watching what's happening in the United States right now. President Biden, who got the Americans back in the Paris Climate Accord, who said that I want to be ending fossil fuels. You remember he said that to the young woman on the campaign trail. I promise you, I'm going to end fossil fuels. And now he has to go to Saudi Arabia. He has to play nice with the energy CEOs because energy prices are high and he needs to see more production. The Canadians are facing the same reality. I mean, you have the Green Party in Germany that is promoting import of fracked natural gas from the United States. I promise you, I did not have that on my bingo card 9 months ago, right? So the reality is, if you're Canada today,
the reality is that the fucking CEOs of big oil and Saudi Arabia and the rest of their little fucking cartel are making shit tons of money. And they are using propaganda and weaponizing it against fucking, using the, or using green energy. That's why your dumbass dad probably is like, oh no, green energy isn't effective. Which we already know is not true, considering that there are countries that are run off of nuclear and green.
And you're trying to balance between Alberta and Ontario, you have to recognize a future that allows for both. And that means, yes, we're going to have a post-carbon future in a generation. But to get there, it's getting rid of...
If we really wanted to have a post-carbon economy and not rely heavily on oil and gas, we could easily do that tomorrow. Like, make strides to do that tomorrow. But we're not going to do that because of how much fucking lobbying big oil does. Our leaders are just too big of pussies to actually do something about it.
Coal, and it's accepting an awful lot of natural gas and oil to continue to provide power for people around the world, especially poor people around the world that have no other way to continue to provide for themselves. That's a reality, and Canada's a part of that reality.
So do you think that means that Justin Trudeau is going to have to walk some of his previous statements back?
Whether Trudeau has
probably
to do
not.
that or not is an open question. But certainly if he doesn't, there's going to be a price to be paid politically. Biden has had to walk back. You've seen the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which does not reduce inflation. But the only way you got it done was by making sure that West Virginia was made whole. And that meant some subsidies, not just for electric vehicles and for solar cells, but also for fossil fuels. Canada's going to have that same conversation. Canada's a very diverse country with very different provinces that have very different economies, and those people have to be taken care of.
So the main thing is like, let's say we're to end fossil fuels tomorrow, right? If we actually wanted to, change up the what they produce, we could easily do so in, like, say, I don't know, making solar panels or microchips or some shit like that. And then those people, since it's their jobs and everything, will be some of the highest or some of the biggest proponents of, you know, green energy, as well as, you know, wanting people to use their products. It's the exact same thing that's going on with oil right now.
I think that Chrystia Freeland was in Alberta when she made those comments that you played in the introduction. I mean, I know she's from there originally, but you can't forget about that piece of your country, and I suspect Justin recognizes that.
What does this all mean for political unrest as people feel?
And, like, industry changes all the time. What, you think as soon as, like, all the oil in Alberta, as soon as all the oil in Alberta dries up, do you think that fucking big oil's gonna stick around there? No, they're gonna be moving more northwards in, like, Nunavut or Northwest Territories, because there's oil in the fucking water.
This pressure on them, that life is getting unaffordable, and we see increasing polarization. What do you think the consequences of that will be?
Well, it's clearly growing political dysfunction. I mean, we see right now these whipsaw elections across South America where it's not the left or the right. It's just whoever isn't in power, you embrace. Anyone that opposes the existing establishment, you embrace. That's how Macron made it in France, and now he's the establishment.
That's the exact same thing that was happening here, except with the rise of fascist thoughts and ideas in the Conservative Party. No one fucking wants to vote for them.
He's part of the problem, and he's dealing with massive demonstrations and outrage because the cost of living is too damn high, and he's making people angry. We saw it with the convoys in Ottawa, the shutdown of the bridge. You see it in the United States.
The convoys were for a different reason entirely. It had nothing to do with gas and oil prices or the cost of living.
Post January 6th. I mean, these are unprecedented and deeply problematic things for democracies, for elected democracies. This level of inequality of opportunity and hardship is causing incredible polarization. And that's going to get worse, not better, as we go through these economic challenges in 2023.
Realistically, what can Western democratic governments do to deal with the inflation situation and with
Abolish capitalism and private property. That's what Western governments can do.
that kind of political unrest?
It's incremental. You see rates are rising in the United States, and of course the ECB is about to do 75 basis points as well. You'll see that across the developed world, and that's happening because there is an effort to try to reduce inflation over time without having major recessions. The problem is that when you have the level of geopolitical uncertainty we're presently.
The thing is that Scandinavia faces a vast doesn't face this as much as like the rest of the world. The reason why is because they have a very big unionized labor force, as well as incredibly good social safety nets. So it's not necessarily a problem for Scandinavia.
Facing. And I'm not talking about nuclear war coming from the Kremlin. I'm just talking about a conflict that has now been expanding and escalating for 8 months. And it's only going to continue. There's no end in sight. That kind of disruption that matters for supply chains, it matters for goods. COVID still isn't done in China. We have lockdowns, targeted lockdowns affecting about 20% of Chinese GDP. And that means that their factories aren't working at full production. It means that you're not getting the goods out of China the way you need to. Every one of those functions as a tax on global growth. It functions as a constraint on the ability of political leaders to respond effectively for their populations. So we can't just look at the fiscal and monetary tools that central bank governors and ministers of finance would historically deploy to respond to a recession. We also have to consider that it's much harder because of this geopolitical instability.
Ian Bremmer.
There's always fucking geopolitical instability. What are you talking about? Like, it doesn't take much to look at history to be like, no, there's a lot of fucking geopolitical instability going on. A lot of it a lot of it is instituted from the fucking West.
Fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good journey.
Up next, the global order feels more precarious than it has in decades, and the military is struggling to find Canadians who want to serve. Are we headed for another decade of darkness?
I mean, excluding like all the sexual assault allegations that's been going on within the military, young people don't want to fucking kill their fellow man because they see no fucking value in it.
I'll ask Canada's former top soldier, retired General Rick Hillier. Canada's military is desperately looking for more troops. The forces are short more than 10,000 members. That's 1 in every 10 positions unfilled. The country's top soldier, General Wayne Eyre, was blunt, warning that the shortfall means Canada's military isn't prepared to fight the threats of tomorrow. For more on what this means for the forces...
Bro, who the fuck is gonna be going to, like, say, I don't know, New Brunswick and, you know, fucking starting a conflict zone there? Like, no, don't be silly. That's silly. We're not going to be fucking attacked.
And for Canadian security, I'm joined by former Defence Chief, retired General Rick Hillier. Nice to see you, General Hillier. Always great to have a chance to speak with you.
Mercedes, glad to be here. Thank you.
I have to ask you, what went through your head when Wayne Eyre came out, who's not a drama, you know, kind of guy, and says something as drastic as we're going to have to stop all non-essential operations, and seems to be indicating that this is a really serious crisis?
Well, Wayne called it right, and I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he came out publicly and made the case. And in reality, I believe the case is much more serious than what Wayne has articulated, and he's done it in a very, very capable manner, and I fully support him. But, you know, I hear numbers, for example.
The fact that, you know, having, like, to rely on generations that grew up through, like, a lot of fucking tragedy, you know, the fucking 2008 financial crash, 9/11, the war, like, the 2-decade war going on in Afghanistan, and now, like, and just recently COVID and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you know, it's going, like, the younger generations are inherently going to be more anti-war and anti-violence. So this isn't surprising as at all. As well as, you know, they don't want to fucking kill. They don't want to kill someone over a meaningless war just because a few corpos can make money off of it. And on top of that, you have, you know, the sexual assault allegations and shit. So it's not surprising in the slightest.
Example of the Canadian forces being down far greater than 10%, and instead of being at 70,000 people, the Canadian forces are operating probably somewhere at about 45,000 people.
Wow.
And out of that, there are a significant percentage of them who are not operationally deployable or capable. So the capability of the Canadian forces, what we rely upon to look after us in Canada and then to represent us and protect our interests around the world and to take our values with them, that part that can do that is minuscule right now, and we need to change it.
So how severe is this situation? How much trouble are we in?
Well, I think the Canadian Forces is in a huge amount of...
Yeah, the Canadian Forces are in a huge amount of fucking trouble, but guess what? No one's gonna be fucking attacking Canada, let's be honest with ourselves. All that the fucking Canadian Forces do is go over there and being fucking America's little lapdog. That's all that we fucking do. And the fact that, you know, that's essentially our fucking role is like, yeah, no, of course people are going to want to fucking do that. Like, fighting in fucking pointless wars that, like, America starts and, like, you know, they need backup. Like, army recruitment has been down all across the globe, unless it's absolutely necessary, say, like, the what's going on in Ukraine or in Iran. Because people will defend their homes. People don't necessarily see the whole fucking point of going overseas just to kill a couple brown people and get PTSD from it because, I don't know, Exxon needs fucking an new oil field or some shit. Like, no. A lot of younger generations are seeing right through it.
Into trouble, but from the people side, from the equipment side, from the procurement side, and all those things. But I think that puts Canada in a tough spot also. Again, our ability to respond in emergencies, whether it's a hurricane as we just saw, whether it's something else, or to respond around the world as part of NATO, as part of the United Nations.
Fuck NATO.
To help make the world a better and more secure place for Canadians to live within. Our ability to do that goes down to almost zero, and that's not good for a nation. That's a G7 nation, that's a founding member of NATO, a founding member of the UN, and we start to lose our impact, and in fact, we already have around the world. So we need to change it if Canada is going to be strong and define the.
There is other ways of, you know, having impact. There's soft power and there's hard power. How hard power is being like your fucking wars, like boots on the ground, military action. And soft power comes in the form of, like, say, cultural shit, like movies or books or memes or whatever. Like, yeah, there's nothing that we have, like, absolutely no fucking soft forms of political power. So, yeah, of course, that shit's gonna happen. But, like, who cares, honestly.
The world the way it should be for Canadians.
Why do you think this is happening? Is it neglect? Is it the culture issues in the Canadian Forces? Is it simply that they're spread too thin? What's behind the shortage that we're seeing?
Well, I think you've taken the Canadian Armed Forces over.
Oh, the fucking younger generations now are too soft. They don't want to go over and, you know, take a bunch of experimental drugs and fucking die because, you know, some rich asshole needs a calcium mine. Yeah, they're too fucking soft. No, they're just fucking standing up. They're standing up and saying, no, I'm not fucking doing that.
Over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and you've just beaten it almost to death. And you know, you've maligned the leadership. Some of the leaders have done, obviously, things that are absolutely inappropriate, unacceptable, and being held to, held to that. And so those things are all occurring at the same time. We've not had missions across the world that are really a big magnet for kids to want to join. And when I say kids, you know, that 18 to 20.
Yeah, like what fucking big magnets? Like, I don't know, pushing fucking, like, pro-war propaganda towards, I don't know, fucking conflicts in, like, I don't know, Turkey? Like, come on, bro. No, they see a lot of the fucking horrors of war, or they've seen a lot of fucking the horrors of war, as well as growing up in, like, 2 decades of tragedy. Yeah, no shit, people are not gonna want to fucking join the armed forces, especially with, like, the shit that happened with Afghanistan. Like, especially, like, when they pulled out, right? They see, like, holy shit, you know, maybe we aren't necessarily the good guys in every situation. And, like, nothing got done. What was the fucking point of fighting in that war?
25 group who want to go out and change the world. Well, they want to go and do it on a mission. They don't want to.
No, people want to fucking change the world with less violence. That's, you know, that's how they're seeing the fucking world. Like, a lot of, like, the reason why like socialism, communism, like anarchism has been growing in popularity is strictly because they've seen the fucking disastrous shit the generation before us has come uh has handled shit, and they're like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna be fucking risking my life for that shit. And like the sad thing about it is that the armed forces is a jobs program. So sometimes that's their only fucking option for work.
A city in, Shiloh, Manitoba, or Petawawa, Ontario. And so there are a variety of things, but essentially it comes back to is that we've removed the excitement and we've removed the mystique of being a soldier, an aviator, or a sailor, or a special forces trooper for Canada is a proud and good thing to do. And you actually have to rebuild that.
Yeah, because we do fucking war crimes. Like, we're not fucking guilty of, or we're not fucking innocent in the form of fucking war crimes. Like, we do a fuck ton of war crimes too. Granted, it's not as egregious as, like, say, America or Russia, but we still do a fuck ton. And people just don't want to fucking put up with it. The only people that are actually fucking okay with it are a bunch of fucking bootlickers.
And that's not a short-term process.
So who do you think is responsible for that? Is it the leadership who made the mistakes? Is it the way they've gone about trying to fix it? Is it the elected government? Is it the Canadian public?
Well, I think it's all of the above, but you have to have the leadership to move forward on it. So if anybody...
How the fuck is the Canadian government or the Canadian public responsible for that? No, they're just getting fucking tired of constant war and being like, hey, nothing fucking changes with war outside of, like, I don't know, a 5-year-old dead in Iraq. Like, it's stupid.
He thinks that Wayne Eyre, for all his ability, is going to fix this problem, then they are mistaken, they are wrong. He cannot fix this alone. We need a prime minister who's going to show support for the Canadian forces visibly and to get out and show how proud he is and any other prime minister after him of those young men and women in uniform. I was very fortunate. I had Prime Minister Paul Martin, who loved soldiers and who was determined to rebuild the Canadian Armed Forces. And then he was followed by Stephen Harper, who was determined to
rebuild he has the boot so far down his throat.
Those prime ministers meant their ministers were focused, the government was focused, and indeed the population of Canada was focused on how important these men and women are and how much they need our support.
The amount of death and destruction that the Canadian Armed Forces commit overseas is inexcusable. What we should be doing in events like Afghanistan or any other region within the Middle East, we need to be fucking helping them rebuild. We are responsible for the amount of death and destruction that the Middle East has faced, or partly, and I do think that the UK and America and whoever else helped with that fucking war should help them rebuild. There's absolutely no reason for it.
And as a result, we could do it. We need all of that to take place right now. So you need that kind of visible support. You need dollars into the Canadian Forces, and you need
it's probably going to lick the boot of Pierre Poilievre
mission to recruit young Canadians to come and serve our nation in uniform.
I noticed you.
It's the same shit. Like, I imagine they'll probably run the same fucking ads or type of ads that like America ran like 2-3 years ago, where it's just like, oh, it's join the fucking military because I don't know, you can become the first trans pilot or some shit like that. Like, I was fucking wrong with the upbringing that I had. Fucking killing people was actually poggers, like in a video game, of course. Like, it's so fucking frustrating. I know we're gonna fucking see ads like that 100%. Like, they're just getting desperate at this point because people don't want to go and kill or be killed.
You didn't list Justin Trudeau or Anita Anand.
Well, look, the Prime Minister has got a huge role to play in this, and I just encourage him to get out there and make sure that he's in a spot where he can,
As well as like the younger generations also see, the fucking veterans living on the street and, don't want to fucking end up like that because they have like schizophrenia, PTSD, and like, I don't know, like don't have two of their limbs and they're just on the fucking street. Which for one is very fucking pathetic. If they're going to be protecting the country, then the bare fucking minimum that we should be doing is, actually taking care of the people who risked their lives and came back. Instead of just fucking letting them die on the streets. Like, come on.
praise those men and women who service, who join, who leave their families, who go around the world and sometimes do it at great risk to themselves. And they do it for Canada, they do it for service before self, and they ask so little in return. And so it's a great opportunity for leadership to stand up and be accountable for this and to be out there doing exactly what needs to be done.
We are heading towards Remembrance Day. A tough time for a lot of Canadian veterans. And I'm aware of a number of soldiers and veterans who've died by suicide in recent weeks.
Yeah, and that's another thing, is that, veterans also face, like, a massive amount of fucking, or just people in the military in general, face a very big fucking problem when it comes to suicide rates. Because, they've seen a fuck ton of human-shaped figures fall over by their own hands. So, yeah, understandably, they don't want to fucking live with that. And it's not like the fucking government provides them any services to, actually help them cope with that feeling. And, like, I have talked with fucking veterans before, and they say that is something that stays with you for the rest of your life.
This is always a concern. And there's been a feeling among a lot of the veterans who I've spoken to of sort of rudderlessness with what's happening in the Canadian Armed Forces, with what happened in Afghanistan that gave them so much meaning. When you look at the treatment of Canadian veterans, what are your thoughts on that?
I'd always like to see the treatment of Canadian veterans improve better than it is
disgusting.
Now. However, I wouldn't underestimate all the incredible things that have occurred. And you can talk to a lot of veterans, and they've been engaged in a lot of programs that have supported them well. And they also need some more support, so we need to keep adding to that. But look, we are approaching Remembrance Day, and it is an emotional time of year, particularly for those who served and their families who have served besides them, alongside of them. But it is an opportunity to rebuild and again that part of that mystique of the Canadian Forces here. And here's what I would say: the Canadian Forces can't be changed, and we can't fix all the problems just with the Chief of Defence Staff. But on 11 November, what I would love to see is the Canadian Forces out there in force, so to speak, in every single Canadian community right across this great land to show who they are, what incredible young men and women they are, how great they look, and that what a good career there is to join and be out there and serve your nation. And whether it's for 3 years or 35 years, it's actually irrelevant. I think 11 November, we can remember the service and sacrifice of those who've gone before us in a variety of ways, and one of those is ensuring that Canadians understand it's still good to serve the nation in the uniform of the Canadian Armed.
There are other ways and other methods of serving the Canadian public than just going out to die. Oftentimes, say like food drives, or going and helping get more people to vote, or providing support for I would argue individuals that need it a lot more, like whether it be like homeless people or the those that work in healthcare or education. Like, there's a lot of other ways to help out fucking hope out like your fellow brothers and sisters than just going out to die in a battlefield somewhere. Video game.
Forces.
Ukraine is obviously on everyone's minds, and we're heading into another winter war there. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work to try to support Ukraine. What's your biggest concern right now about that conflict and about what Russia may do?
The biggest concern about the conflict and for Ukraine's behalf at day 240 of the war on the 21st of October is the fact that I worry about the ability of the West to remain together as one cohesive bloc going forward here. And as governments change, whether it's the government in Italy or the prime minister is doing
the government in Italy is
in the United
fucking
Kingdom
fascist.
or the midterm elections in the United States, these things take on partisanship politics roles. And I'm worried that there's going to be a lessening of support for Ukraine from a variety of countries, and that the Russians will see that.
Especially from looking at the UK, I imagine, and Italy, especially Italy.
As hopeful for them, and they will therefore persist in their attack and their invasion, and therefore tens of thousands of more people will die. That's my biggest worry. With Russia, there's a great way out for Russia, and that's to leave Ukraine and let the war end right there. And I think Putin is going to have to realize that one day, and if he doesn't, the people around him have to realize that and then make sure he knows it. Otherwise, he's going to have to go. But Putin keeps using the nuclear threat. And that's the one thing I don't think we in the West can allow ourselves to be sort of blackmailed by or coerced by, because if so, he'll continue to use it forever, and that will enable other countries to want to use it also here. I don't think he'll use it. General Dave Petraeus talked to...
Bro, just because you don't think that Putin's going to do something, I've been wrong on that too. I did not think he was going to fucking invade Ukraine at all. When it comes down to, to be honest, Vladimir Putin is a fucking crazy person. He's a psycho. So I wouldn't count my chicks till they hatch, so to speak. Because he could very easily, push that button.
A while ago about the West response, the U.S. response, non-nuclear if Putin went nuclear with a tactical nuke. And that response is non-nuclear, but is to take out every single Russian unit, land, sea, and air, that's outside of Russia, in Ukraine, in the Black Sea, using conventional methods, and send a very clear message that, look, if you're going to do this, it's going to be incredibly painful for you and Russia.
Yeah,
Putin.
But the thing is that America and a lot of the other, and America's allies, have been fighting a proxy war with Russia in the form of the Ukrainian soldiers. Because America, for all the fucking problems it has, it recognizes that if it was to do boots on the ground warfare with Russia, that's it, game over.
Will pay the price. So I don't think he'll do it. He's a survivor.
Russia versus China, which one's the bigger threat to Canada's national security?
Both are threats in the
Apela.
fact that they want to dominate the spheres of the world that they can influence, and they'll do it for their own national interests. So we have to watch with both. And
Yeah, but we do the exact same shit though. Are we really any different? Honest question. Are we really any different? No. We're really not. Just because, we're using decades-old Red Scare propaganda, or reusing decades-old Red Scare propaganda, as well as, having our own fucking national interests in mind, that, yeah, of course, a growing economy like, say, China, it is perceived as a threat.
China is just sitting there watching what the West does in Russia, seeing how cohesive we are as a group of NATO, for example, and seeing just how much courage we have to keep supporting Ukraine, this democratic nation who is trying to survive, trying to defend its families and nation. And they're watching what we do. And if we lag or if we get cracks in our front in the West supporting Ukraine, China will see that as a significant sign of weakness, and they'll start looking at Taiwan in a much more aggressive light.
A lot of things to think about.
There are.
General Rick Hillier, thank you so much for joining us today.
Mercedes, my pleasure. Thank you.
Up next, a group of Black civil servants will meet with a civil rights icon pushing to end discrimination in the federal public service.
Wait, that only gets like a minute? I think that's drastically more important than the fucking Canadian Forces recruitment shit.
A group of Black civil servants are hoping to bring in a heavy hitter in their fight to end anti-Black racism in the federal public service. Members of the Black Class Action Secretariat will be in New York on Tuesday to meet with renowned U.S. civil rights leader, the Reverend Al Sharpton. More than 1,500 Black federal employees have joined a proposed class action lawsuit. They say the federal government has failed to hire and promote Black employees, who've instead found themselves the target of discrimination and harassment. The group has also submitted a complaint with the UN Human Rights Council. They're hoping to meet with them in the next few weeks. That's our show for this week. Thank you so much for watching.
I think that's drastically more important than than that other shit. Let's be honest.
And the benefits of low and predictable inflation will be restored. Finally, we're trying to balance the risks of under and over tightening. La décision aujourd'hui reflète plusieurs considérations. Premièrement, l'inflation au Canada reste
the inflation in Canada remains high and generalized. It's reduced over the past few months, but we're still waiting for an overall depression on price. Second, the demand is still higher. The economy is overheating. Households and businesses want to buy more goods and services.
All right, have a good sleep then.
Than the economy can produce, and that increases prices. Third, the interest rates or high interest rates are starting to weigh on growth. It's more and more evident in sensitive spending around interest like housing and large purchases, but we'll need time for the effects of these increased rates translate to the whole economy. Fourth, there are no easy solutions to restore stability, price stability. The economy must slow down to rebalance the offer and demand and reduce pressure on prices. Over the next quarter, growth should be close to zero, but after that slowdown, growth will redress. The economy will progress strongly, and Canada will once again benefit from low and predictable inflation. Finally, the bank is trying to balance out the risk of a too low or too high tightening.
If we don't do enough, Canadians will continue to endure the hardship of high inflation. And they will come to expect persistently high inflation, which will require much higher interest rates and potentially a severe recession to control inflation. Nobody wants that. If we do too much, we could slow the economy more than needed. And we know that has harmful consequences for people's ability to service their debts, for their jobs, and for their businesses. This tightening phase will draw to a close. We are getting closer, but we're not there yet. We are carefully assessing the effects of higher interest rates on economic activity and inflation. And we are being clear with Canadians and focusing on the job we've been assigned to restore price stability for the benefit of all.
Really want to do that, then why the fuck don't you, actually do something about the corporate greed then, and the lack of fucking wage, and the fucking wage stagnation then? That's infinitely more fucking important.
Let me expand on these considerations and highlight the key points in the Governing Council's deliberations. Le Conseil de direction a abordé.
The Council has first of all evaluated the international situation since July. Inflation is high everywhere and is generalizing. Most central banks have increased their prime rate to control inflation, which caused a quick tightening of financial conditions throughout the world. The international economy is slowing down, and we've reevaluated our growth anticipation. So financial tensions have also emerged on certain markets over the past few months. Indicators seem to show that international problems will reduce. The price of oil and other basics have also gone down since July. The slower growth.
We should just
in the
become
world,
energy independent
combined
at this
with
point.
these
Fuck it.
Evolutions tend to
Why
show
not?
that international inflation should go down over time. However, uncertainty is high, especially because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's also possible that volatility will increase on the energy markets and the other problems will start up again.
Devoted considerable attention to assessing inflation, inflation expectations, and the balance between demand and supply in the economy. Since June, inflation in Canada has come down from 8.1% to 6.9%. Though welcome, most of that decline reflects a drop in gasoline prices. Inflation in Canada is broad-based, reflecting large increases in both goods and services prices. About 2/3 of CPI components have risen by more than 5% over the last year. And rising prices for essentials like groceries and rent are hitting lower income Canadians particularly hard. Short-term movements in total CPI inflation are often dominated by swings in volatile international prices like oil prices.
So then why not like actually fucking address the problem and, you know, tackle the systemic issues that a vast majority of Canadians are facing instead of like fucking waving your hands, not fucking doing anything about it. God, I hate this government sometimes. Holy
That's why we're watching measures of core inflation closely for signs that price pressures in Canada are easing. Our preferred core measures have stopped rising in the last couple of months, but they have yet to show clear evidence that underlying inflation is coming down. Looking ahead, there are some early encouraging signs. Businesses have said they expect the rate of price increases for the goods and services they sell will come down. And more timely, 3-month rates of core inflation have declined, although they are still averaging about 4%. We're going to need to see these 3-month rates come down further and those declines be sustained. We are also looking for evidence that near-term inflation expectations are easing and that longer-term expectations are centered on our 2% inflation target. Near-term expectations remain high, and our surveys suggest that uncertainty about where inflation is headed remains unusually elevated. Looking at indicators of labor markets and economic activity, it's clear that even though the economy has started to slow, it remains in excess demand. Job vacancies have declined from their peak, but remain high, and businesses continue to report widespread labor shortages.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because, you know, the growing rates of inflation as well as the increased prices on essentials and the lack of like, say, fucking wages that they're being provided with, leading them to have to work more than one job, are starting to frustrate a vast majority of Canadians.
With the economy now fully reopened, households want to enjoy many close contact services they have missed, but businesses can't keep up, and we have seen prices for services rise rapidly. Higher policy rates are beginning to slow demand. Higher mortgage rates have contributed to a sharp slowing in housing activity from unsustainable levels, and consumer and business spending on goods is moderating. This has led to declines in house prices and is exerting downward pressure on goods prices. Moving forward, we expect the effects of higher interest rates will continue to work through the economy, moderating household spending and business investment. Slowing global growth, particularly in the United States, will also weigh on Canadian exports. We project GDP growth will stall through the end of this year and the first half of 2023 before picking up in the second half. Annual average GDP growth is therefore projected to decline from about 3.25% this year to just under 1% next year and about 2% in 2024. With growth below potential for several quarters, excess demand in the economy dissipates, and the economy moves into excess supply.
It also doesn't help that the average Canadian doesn't have, like, fucking funds to go out and actually spend, like, money to go out and spend shit on, like, stuff that they want to do. Say, I don't know, eating out, for example. They're more or less concerned with, you know, keeping their fucking house or apartment, or what they're gonna eat next, or keeping their fucking phone. Like, they're picking and choosing on what fucking bills to pay. What's the most important right now?
In 2023. Putting the global and Canadian outlooks together, we expect inflation will hover around 7% in the final quarter of this year, fall to around 3% by the end of next year, and return to the 2% target by the end of 2024. La Banque du Canada a pour mandat de
The Bank of Canada has as a mandate to maintain inflation at a low, stable, and predictable level. But we are still far from the goal. We judge that risks surrounding our inflation provisions are reasonably balanced, but since inflation is over the target, we're mostly worried about upside risk. We know that higher interest rates are hard for a lot of Canadians. Many households are very in debt, and increased rates comes and adds to the burden. We don't want this transition to be harder than necessary, but we are still determined to fill our mandate. Higher rates short term will lower inflation long term. We need to get through this difficult phase to come back to price stability and sustained growth.
The Bank of Canada's job is to ensure inflation is low, stable, and predictable.
Hasn't been for a while, though.
From that goal. We view the risks around our inflation forecast to be reasonably balanced, but with inflation so far above our target, we are particularly concerned about the upside risks. We are mindful that adjusting to higher interest rates is difficult for many Canadians, and many households have significant debt loads, and higher interest rates will add to their burden. We don't want this transition to be more difficult than it has to be, but we remain focused on our mandate. Higher interest rates in the short term will bring inflation down in the long term. And getting through this difficult phase will get us back to price stability and sustained growth. As we move forward, we'll be watching carefully to assess the impact of higher rates on spending and how this is feeding through to price pressures. We will also be watching to see how global supply disruptions resolve and to what extent this translates into lower inflation in Canada. Finally, we'll be watching inflation expectations closely to assess how households and businesses are responding to slower growth and spending. And with that, Senior Deputy Governor Rogers and I are pleased to take your questions.
Thank you, Governor Macklem. Just before we get going, if there are any reporters who have joined the call in the last few minutes and you want to ask a question, please send a brief email to communications with an S at bankofcanada.ca. We'll do our best to get you in the queue. That said, I've got at least 10 people here in the room and 3 on the line, so we'll need to be expeditious here. We'll go to questions now, starting here in Ottawa, and we'll go first to Mark Rendell of the Globe and Mail, please.
Hi, Governor Macklem. Thanks for taking my question. In the monetary policy report, you note it's as likely to see several quarters of negative growth as it is to see positive growth. Are you saying a recession is likely at this point, or a possibility at this point? And how is that, I guess, how have your assessments of a possible soft landing changed with the new update?
Mark, our mandate is clear. Our primary responsibility is to restore price stability. We have been raising interest rates rapidly to achieve that goal. And the other thing I would stress is by front-loading our policy response, we're trying to avoid the need for even bigger interest rates down the road and an even more pronounced slowing. As you mentioned, our latest outlook, we have growth stalling for the next several quarters. To be more precise, growth is close to zero in the fourth quarter of this year and the first two quarters, the first half of next year. What that does, what that means is that, yes, a couple, 2-3 quarters of slightly negative growth is just as likely as 2 or 3 quarters of slightly positive growth. That's not a severe contraction, but it is a significant slowing of the economy. And we certainly are seeing clearer signs that the economy is slowing. With growth essentially zero for the next several quarters, that will give supply the opportunity to catch up with demand, and that will relieve price pressures in our economy. Unfortunately, there's no easy out to restoring price stability. We actually need a period of slower growth to let supply catch up and relieve those price pressures.
What we need is we need a fucking higher corporate tax. That's what we need right now.
As we get through that period of slower growth,
a slower growth period won't do it.
Economy is going to grow solidly, and we're going to have low inflation. So Canadians are not going to have to cope with the anxiety of high inflation.
But they will, though.
Next up, we'll go to Rahul from Epoch Times, please.
Thank you for taking my question. Given that the interest rate changes take 18 to 24 months to have full effect in the economy, basically, how will the Bank of Canada know when enough is enough? Like if you're looking at sort of backward-looking measures like currently reported inflation or even 3-month inflation trends, and given the embedded path of interest rate hikes that you have in the projection, we can see that inflation is supposed to get to 2% by the end of 2024. But is it all a model-driven thing that you will know when enough is enough, or it's kind of hard to say by looking at what measures are reported? So how can we get a better idea of when enough is enough in terms of interest rate hikes?
Okay, you packed a lot in there, but let me try to address your question. First of all, the way the transmission of monetary policy works is we raise interest rates, that slows spending, and then that translates into lower inflation. That relieves price pressure and inflation comes down. So we are going to be watching closely how the effects of higher interest rates work through the economy. And first of all, how they're affecting spending. We're already seeing clear signs that the interest rate increases that we've already done are having an impact on the economy. You've seen certainly contributed to a sharp slowing in the housing sector. You're starting to see purchases of bigger ticket items, things that are typically bought on credit. You're starting to see demand for those things slow. You've already seen house prices come down about 10%.
No, we have not.
It is going to take, as you highlighted, it is going to take some time for the interest rate increases we've put in place to work through the economy. We're going to be assessing how that works through, and we're also going to be watching closely for how that gets translated into low inflation. With respect to, is this an entirely model-driven exercise? No, it's not. Models are very useful, but models have limitations, and they have particular limitations when you're going through something that is unprecedented as a pandemic, and you're bouncing back and you're still dealing with the fallout of the pandemic. There's also a war in Europe. So these are not things that our models are well equipped to deal with. Models are certainly useful.
But shouldn't your model take into account that stuff? If it doesn't take into account that stuff, it's not a very effective model.
But they need to be used with care. They also need to be supplemented with other kinds of information. So, for example, our Business Outlook survey, our surveys of consumers, they give us, they give another source of information. They can also be useful in giving more forward-looking information. One of the things I highlighted in the opening statement is when we went out and we asked businesses what they expect they're going to be doing with their own prices of the goods and services that they sell, they have indicated that the rate of increase of those prices they expect will come down. That is an encouraging sign. We're looking forward to seeing that in the actual inflation data.
Thank you. We'll go to Najoud Al-Malis of Canadian Press, please.
Hi, Governor. Before today, markets were a little bit torn between 50 basis points, 75 basis points. The bank opted for the smaller one. And I'm wondering if you could shed some light about that decision and why you didn't opt for a larger rate hike.
So, as you said, we decided today to raise the policy rate by 50 basis points. That is another larger than normal step. It's a big step. And as I outlined in the opening statement, there were a number of reasons why a larger than normal step, a big step, was needed. Inflation's high, it's generalized. Even as the economy is slowing, it remains in excess demand, and that is driving prices up. The economy is slowing, but actually we need some slowing in the economy to relieve those price pressures. And if you look at inflation expectations, near-term inflation expectations are high, and there's a risk the longer they stay high, that starts to bleed into higher long-term inflation expectations, and then high inflation becomes embedded, and we can't let that happen. So for all those reasons, we judged we needed a bigger than normal step. We are also seeing clearer evidence that the economy is slowing. As I just responded to a previous question, we have taken down our outlook for GDP growth in Canada. We expect growth will be close to zero for the next 3 quarters before picking up. What that will do is, with growth well below trend, that provides the opportunity for supply to catch up, and that will relieve price pressures. So coming back to 50 versus 75, at our previous 2 meetings, July and September, we increased by 100 and by 75. So coming into this meeting, interest rates were already considerably higher. Combine that with the fact that there are now clear signs that the economy is slowing, we judged that it was appropriate to slow the pace of increase in our policy rates from very big steps to a big step. Looking forward, we also indicated that we expect interest rates will need to rise further. So that suggests that, well, that could be another larger than normal step, or we may be able to move to more normal, smaller steps. We are getting closer to the end of this tightening phase, but we're not there yet.
Thank you. We'll go to Jordan from CTV, please.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. The report says food and shelter inflation represents about 40% of the CPI. This especially affects low-income families. So what is your message to them today, given that you are signaling your tightening phase is not over yet?
Sucks to suck. Probably what he's going to essentially say.
The message to Canadians is, look, we know inflation's too high, and we know it's hitting you everywhere. It's hitting you shelter, rent, groceries. Roughly 2/3 of the components of the CPI basket, 2/3 of the things the average Canadian buy are going up more than 5%. That's hurting Canadians. That's why we're raising interest rates. By raising interest rates, we're going to slow demand in the economy, and that will relieve price pressures. We also know adjusting to higher interest rates is difficult for many Canadians. And we are assessing, we're watching that impact very closely. But unfortunately, there is no easy out to restoring price stability. We actually do need to slow the economy to relieve the price pressures. But when we get through this slowdown, growth's going to pick up, the economy is going to grow solidly, and we're going to have low and predictable inflation. That's the destination.
I mean, it would be relatively close to zero if you actually just fucking added a wealth tax and had higher corporate taxes. That would significantly help out. And then you could, either redistribute that fucking or redistribute that fucking money, or you could invest it into fucking, say, like infrastructure, healthcare, housing, or some shit. Come on, bro.
We'll go next to Paul Vieira from the Wall Street Journal, please.
Following up on previous question, is this a pivot from the Bank of Canada? Should we take this as maybe a pivot by the Bank of Canada that, as you said, very big or even big rate increases are now coming to an end, and we're going to have a return to more traditional quarter point increases given the economic forecast?
Well, we did 100, we did 75, today we did 50. We've signaled very clearly that we expect rates will need to rise further. That could mean another bigger than normal increase. It could mean that we can.
I'd be surprised if it didn't happen.
Normal size 25 basis point increases. We've been very clear on the things we're watching as we take those decisions, and it's going to depend on how the effects of higher interest rates are feeding through to slowing demand. It's going to depend on what we see in inflation and inflation expectations. And to some extent, clearly, inflation is going to be affected by international developments and how those global supply chains disruptions resolve.
Thank you. Next question will be Heather Scoffield of the Toronto Star, please.
Morning. Governor, I'm wondering how you are assessing your credibility these days, and if that plays into your decision on rates at all. Do you have to raise rates any? Do you have to be more aggressive, I guess, now that in order to keep your credibility, now that you have politicians on all sides kind of questioning you?
Look.
Yes.
We need to do what we have to do. We have a very clear mandate. We're committed to achieving our mandate. We are trying to balance the risks on both sides. We don't want to under tighten. Inflation's not going to fade away by itself. And if we ignore the problem, if we're half-hearted in our response, inflation, Canadians will have to continue enduring high inflation. They'll have to continue to cope with the anxiety of high inflation. Nobody wants that. We're also very conscious, though, that if we over-tighten, the economy will slow more than is needed. That'll make life more difficult for Canadians than it's needed, and will undershoot our inflation target. So we don't want to do that either. These are difficult decisions. I will say that the independence of the central bank becomes more important when the decisions are difficult.
Bon, prochaine question vient de Olivier.
Next question comes from Olivier Fernand-Boisé from TVA. Hello, Mr. Governor. Thank you for taking our question. You're saying that you want to balance the risk on both sides, but there are people who worried about having to bring the keys to their homes to the bank because they cannot not pay their mortgage. So how do you ensure that an additional increase isn't one too much? What are the indicators that show you that your approach isn't too aggressive? Yes, we are very aware that increased interest rates are hard, especially for Canadians who are in debt. Now, increased rates for more.
I don't understand why they don't increase rates, the rates for businesses and shit. Like, it's just silly. Like, why the fuck should I have to pay comparatively to when we know who the fuck is responsible for.
Mortgages has already had a marked effect on the housing market, and we now see that activity has lowered a lot and prices are also lower. Now, we're looking at these adjustments closely. We're very aware that adjusting to higher interest rates is hard for a lot of Canadians, but I want to mention and underline that the economy is exceeding demand. And the adjustments we see in the economy and even the adjustments
we
that
are
we
listening
see.
right now to the Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, taking questions from reporters after today's rate.
Okay.
Canadians are now getting the bill for the Prime Minister's $500 billion of inflationary deficits that first drove up inflation and now drive up interest rates. For a typical family that bought a typical home with a typical mortgage 5 years ago but are now up for renewal, they're paying $7,000 more per year. The Prime Minister said that the government was going to take on all this debt so that Canadians wouldn't have to, as if they don't have to pay back government debt. If that were the case, though, then who's going to pay the extra mortgage payments for these families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the pandemic, we made the decision to support Canadian families, to support workers, to support small businesses, to make sure Canadians could hold on and to make sure our economy could hold on through an unprecedented, historic pandemic. At the same time, we were there to support Canadians as the economy gets going again, and we're there to support them now with help with the GST rebate that's going to arrive in the coming weeks, and with direct support for dental care and for low-income renters. The question, Mr. Speaker, is why are Conservative politicians not choosing to support Canadians on dental and rental?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister caused this inflation crisis. Even Mark Carney, who will be the successor to the current Liberal leader, is saying that inflation is a homegrown problem. He's right. It's caused by the $500 billion of inflationary deficits that have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that we pay. And today, rates went up another half point.
It also doesn't help that, you know, there's there's massive fucking corporate greed going on too.
Meaning many families will be handing in their keys to the banks because they won't be able to afford those bills. Has the Prime Minister been briefed by his officials on how many Canadians will lose their homes because of the higher interest rates that his inflationary policies have caused?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is a worldwide problem right now, but it is a challenge faced by Canadian families that we will continue to support them through. That's why we're delivering supports for families right now in a targeted way, a doubling of the GST credit that will arrive in the coming weeks in their bank accounts, moving forward on support for dental care, moving forward on support for low-income renters, things that the Conservative Party is continuing not just to vote against but to block, and we will continue to do more. We will continue to be there for Canadians during the challenging times ahead, because that's what Canadians expect of their government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What they've come to expect of this government is that it raises the cost.
Bro, how many times are you gonna fucking do up your blazer? Jesus Christ. You're not fucking smart or witty.
Higher. The cost of government is driving up the cost of goods, and now the cost of interest. $200 billion of the $500 billion in deficits had nothing to do with COVID, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And even that so-called COVID spending included the ArriveCan app, an app that could have been designed in a weekend for $250,000 but cost $54 million. The government claims that $1.2 million of that went to a company called Think On. That company says it didn't get that money. Who did?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriate ministers are looking into this and making sure that the mistake that was made by public servants in sharing information is followed up on. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that we did a lot of things in a very unprecedented way during an unprecedented pandemic, including delivering CERB checks within weeks of people having to stay home from jobs in ways that were unthinkable only a few months before. We were there to support small businesses with record support so that we could come roaring back as an economy immediately after. Yes, we stepped up in a very rapid way to support Canadians, and that's what Canadians know got us through this pandemic.
Interest rates are up again, and the Bank of Canada says more raises are coming. Now the bank says that inflation reflects Canadian domestic factors, not the global factors that this government keeps blaming. The government said interest rates will remain low, and then they went on a spending spree. They said it was irresponsible not to spend. They said there would be no inflation, and then they said inflation would just be temporary. And now inflation's out.
Literally, no one has said that fucking inflation was going to be, or there was going to be no inflation. Like, it was pretty obvious as soon as COVID started there was going to be some inflation post-COVID.
Control, and Canadians are paying more. Right. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that his spending has made life unaffordable for Canadians?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during this unprecedented pandemic, all parties worked together to deliver the kinds of supports that Canadians needed, whether it was CERB, whether it was the CEBA account for small businesses, whether it was support for seniors, whether it's support for students. We continued to step up. This government led the way, but we had the support of members across the aisle for many of these initiatives. Now, the members across the aisle are saying we shouldn't have been there for Canadians. We shouldn't have spent that money supporting Canadians with the CERB and the CEBA. Well, I ask Canadians to think back over the past couple of years and imagine what it would have been like had we not been there to support them.
Yep. Okay. Let's move on to a couple articles. So, let us Salut Métis community calls on Canada to resolve land issues. The Métis community in Sault Ste. Marie is acknowledging the 172-year anniversary of Canada's Committee to Protect the Land Rights of the Sault Ste. Marie Métis community during Robinson-Hussrow Treaty negotiations. On Friday morning, the bell in the steeple of the Sault Métis Center will ring 172 times to commemorate the anniversary. The Sault Ste. Marie community and the Métis Nation of Ontario are calling on Canada to resolve outstanding land issues in Sault Ste. Marie and across the province. We have made significant gains to have our right to self-government recognized and affirmed, but reconciliation is not possible without these issues being addressed. The top priority of our community. This is the top priority of our community, said Mitch Chase, Métis Nation of Ontario Regional Councillor. It is fitting that we are advancing our call for reconciliation on Métis land rights and Sault Ste. Marie, the home of the Crowley case, that remains only the Supreme Court of Canada decision affirming rights protected by Section 35 of the Constitution Act. New release of the Métis Nation of Ontario follows Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, October 21st, 2022. Today marks the today marks 172 years since the Crown acknowledged and committed to protect the rights of the land of the Seleucid Murray Métis community, the Robinson Horn Treaty negotiations. The that solemn commitment remains unfulfilled today, and reconciliation is still stalled without it. This morning, the bell in the steeple of the Salut Métis Center, the former St. John's Anglican Church, will ring 172 times, signifying the 172 years that have gone by since the solemn promise was made to the Métis community at Seleucia Marie. Church bells have long been used in Métis communities as messengers to announce births, deaths, and important meetings. Today, as it has for the past 2 years, the bell rings as a call to justice. Canada has long turned a blind eye to these promises, but the Seleucia Marie Métis community has not forgotten. We have made significant gains in having our rights to self-govern recognized and affirmed, but reconciliation is not possible. These issues being addressed. Our top priority, Case said, it's fitting that we are advancing our call reconciliation on the Métis land rights in Seleucia Marie, the home of the Crowley case, which remains in the Supreme Court of Canada. Decision affirming Métis rights protected by Section Act. Unfortunately, these promises are broken, and the exclusion of Métis from the Robinson treaties, despite the treaties commissioner's expressed recommendation that they be included. Is just one of the stories that has common experience of Métis communities for exclusion, and marginalization in Canada asserted itself on the land. Crown broke its promise to protect Métis in Seleucia Marie, are not only issue affecting Métis communities, but stemming from the lack of Métis claim policy at the federal level. Said Margaret Fore, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Métis in Tango Shania. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Bad. So this said Marie Bay and Northwestern Ontario all have outstanding issues to be addressed by the Crown. Say nothing is a significant issue for other Métis communities across homeland, such as fraudulent script systems in Western Canada. This community needs and deserves the process to resolve this issue, and I would argue that Canada needs it as well. If Canada intends to restore its honor and reputation, make true to the idea of reconciliation. It needs to sit down with this community and listen to our elders and make good on their promise. Case. Very surprised that they did. Some stuff going on in Chad. Dozens of protesters are killed in Chad. Dozen protesters were killed in Chad as security forces cracked down on anti-government protests, denouncing a decision to further delay the country's transition towards civilian rule. Here, Al Jazeera takes a look at Thursday's violence, what happened before it, and what might happen next. Chad was thrown into political turmoil in August 2021 when then President Idris Deby was killed while visiting frontline troops fighting rebel forces threatening his 30-year rule. To fulfill the power vacuum, the military placed his son, General Mohammed Deby, at the helm of a transitional military council, promised to guide the country towards elections after 18 months, in which he would not run. October 20th marked the end of the transition. Part of transition period, Deby, 38, announced an inclusive national dialogue with opposition parties and civil society groups to set the constitutional frame for a new government. Dialogue has finally begun on August 20th after long delays and the withdrawal of key actors such as the Front for Change and Concord in Chad rebel group, which led an April insurrection, and Wakit Tama, a civil society movement who accused the TMC of failing to provide enough guarantees over the non-eligibility of its members and the length of the transition. As the dialogue concluded, the forum announced the dissolution of the TMC, but said elections would be held in 2 years. Deby installed as president and allowed to run for office at the end of the transitional period. Former opposition member Sheila Kebzado was named prime minister. The moves ignited the anger of members of the opposition party and civil society groups who on Thursday took to the streets of various cities to protest defying a government ban. This march is set to create popular insurrection and is armed with the support of external forces destabilizing the country, read a government decree of Wednesday. Protesters built up a road barricade, set rubber tires on fire, while security forces fired tear gas and live ammunition, according to the group. Writes the group. Kebzado said about 50 people were killed and 300 wounded nationwide, adding the security forces responded only in self-defense, as demonstrators were armed and they were seeking to seize power by force. No, I don't believe that at all. The government declared a state of emergency in the capital. N'Djamena in two southern cities, Mondu and Mura, allowing the respective regional governors to quote, take all necessary measures in compliance with the law, end quote, to quell the protests, read a decree published on Thursday. The Ministry of Territorial Administration, Decentralization and Good Governments also bans civil society cooptation Wakitama and announced a 3-month suspension of activities of 7 parties, including Transformers Party and Socialist Party Without Borders. Unsurprisingly, I'm not surprised by that. Because heaven forbid, the fucking people that actually live in Chad, want to make their fucking lives better. Success Mashra, leader of the Transformers Party, said on his Facebook page that more 70 peaceful demonstrators were killed and 1,000 arrested across the country, adding that the Mikarib tally is not yet exhaustive. The International Federation for Human Rights, along with Chadian partners, said protests took place in the Zara, Daba, Umrah, Ebekchech, and more to do, adding security force used live ammunition, ambulances transporting wounded people, FIDH also alleged torture and the arbitrary destinations of protesters. Bro, it's not okay. It's really. Among those killed in Jimena, the journalist Reggie Nascaris, who was shot dead outside of his home. The Committee to Protect Journalists reported, following an interview with Libnijinia Nathan, president of the network of Chadian journalists and reporters. The African Union's chief Mustafa Faki Hambit strongly condemned the repression of demonstrators that led to deaths in Chad. I call on the parties to respect human lives and property and favor peaceful ways to overcome the crisis, Mohammed said on Twitter. Clement Yelitsosi Bale, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Right and Freedom to Peace Assembly and Association, called the security force protesters to de-escalate the situation. Any use of excessive force against demonstrators exposes their perpetrators to prosecute in accordance with international standards, he said. former colonial power former colonial power, France condemned the use of lethal weapons against demonstrators. France plays no roles in the event, which are strictly a matter of Chad's internal policy. The false information about the alleged involvement of France has no bias, the French foreign minister said in a statement. The United States was deeply concerned by the reports of casualties. Well, we also condemned the attack that occurred outside of the main gate U.S. Embassy, in which assailants in civilian clothes and private vehicles cleared police checkpoints and killed 4 individuals, the U.S. State Department said in a statement. Enrique Pico, Central Africa Project Director at the International Crisis Group, said the protesters did not come as a surprise. Quote, the frustration and discontent among the opposition growing since the start of national dialogue, as there were no signs of junta to guarantee that they will leave power. Position said. Deby was not confirmed as president of the utility government, but put together in not even 1 week, and which reduced the same lack of representation that many civil society groups have been denouncing since last summer, he said. This is the early sign that the transitional government is not ready to give up power away, she added. Quote, people don't want elections, the political analyst Uvigwe Yunyu underlined concerns extension of the national period might not be necessary to lead a military office, lead to a military leaving office, end quote. This promise was broken before. What's from stopping them breaking it again? Following events on Thursday, Yugui, not sure if I'm right, I hope I probably not, said people feared this continuing grotesque and totally reprehensible actions by the military. But the real concern about the military extending the rules continuously validation of humans.
Speaking of debate, I want to show you all something. It's something incredibly interesting.
Scared the more than 800 evacuated after a few tanker crashed sparked a huge blaze in Mexico. Dozens of people were rescued from burning buildings, burning homes after the tanker crashed into a railway overpass in the central town of Aguascalientes. blaze erupted in central Mexico after a fuel tanker truck crashed into an overpass by the line, scorching homes, engulfing the area, and thick smoke leading to a massive evacuation, but causing no fatalities, authorities said. Video footage from the fire on social media showed the cargo train rolling through flames after Tuesday's accident in the city of Stistin. Stunned drivers at the scene retreated from their cars, holding children close. Agusticistas fire chief Miguel Murillo said between 800 and 1,000 people evacuated after the tanker collided past and set fire to a nearby residential area. Murillo said people were rescued from homes. No one was injured, although one person had suffered minor effects from smoke inhalation. The driver of the truck has been arrested. Local media initially reported had hit a train. See to me. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. So yeah. Tomorrow I'm gonna be playing a different game due to a request of, I guess, an acquaintance, you could say. So we'll be having some fun with that. So yeah, until then, I shall see everyone tomorrow.